proceeding will start shortly. The 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 proceeding will start shortly.
Order! Order! The clerk will now proceed to read the title of the private bill set down for consideration.
Faversham Oyster Fishery Company Bill Lords as amended in unopposed Bill Committee to be considered.
No.
The question is that the bill be now considered. As many as are that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Questions to the Secretary of State for Scotland, Antoinette Sandbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number one, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State for Scotland, Secretary David Mandel.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister has said, at the heart of the United Kingdom is the unity of our people, a unity of interests, outlook and principles. This transcends politics and institutions, the Constitution and the economy. It's about the values we share, about our solidarity. So I'll never stop making the passionate and positive case for our United Kingdom and look forward to having the opportunity to do so during the forthcoming general election.
Antoinette Sandbach.
With the Defence Secretary confirming a £1.7 billion investment in Scottish military bases, does my right honourable friend agree that Scotland plays a crucial role in defending my constituents in Eddisbury, the whole of the United Kingdom, from growing threats at sea, in the air and at land, and that divisive policies of the nationalists threaten that crucial role?
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend. Scotland is on the front line of defending the United Kingdom from these growing threats at sea, in the air and on land. It is the home to essential defence capabilities, and our commitment to the future of defence in Scotland is underlined by increasing investment in better infrastructure for our armed forces, helping them keep the whole of the United Kingdom safe.
Ian Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given in the last quarter the Scottish economy contracted by 0.2%, isn't it about time we got off the independence referendum merry-go-round and indeed a general election and got the Prime Minister and the First Minister to concentrate on what's important, and that's the economy of Scotland?
Mr. Speaker, I would give the honourable gentleman a lot more credibility with that statement if he wasn't standing on the ticket of a leader who has said that he has no problem with another independence referendum and clearly would do a deal with the SNP to get the keys of number 10.
Will the Secretary of State confirm that Scotland's membership of the single market of the United Kingdom is more important to Scotland than membership of the single market of the European Union?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is correct and absolutely right to highlight that the market for Scottish goods and services in the rest of the United Kingdom is 4 times greater than the market in the EU. It is the vital union for Scotland.
Angus Brendan McNeill.
Mr. Speaker, in the last few years, Iceland and Ireland have leapfrogged the UK in terms of growth and indeed deficit reduction, and have always had a higher GDP in the last 10 years. Norway's oil fund is now 920 billion, having grown from 815 billion, a growth of 105 billion. The equivalent figures for the UK are 0, 0 and 0. Does the Secretary of State not agree that Scotland could be as good as tiny Iceland, as good as Ireland and even Norway with their independence? What is he scared of for Scotland?
Mr. Speaker, I well remember when the SNP advocated the arc of prosperity with Ireland, Scotland and Iceland, and I very, very much doubt that the people of Scotland would want to endure the pain that the people of both Iceland and Ireland have endured to ensure their economy is back on a stable footing.
Angus Robertson.
Perhaps at least all of us on this side of the House can agree that the greatest contribution from Scotland is to show that there is actually an alternative to the destructive policies of this UK Tory government. It's worth remembering that in Scotland we have free prescriptions, free eye tests, free childcare, free university tuition. We've scrapped bridge tolls. We've reopened railways. We've invested in infrastructure. We're building more council houses than any UK nation. That is what the SNP has delivered in government in Scotland. Does he not agree that this stands in marked contrast to the Tories' mismanagement and destruction of public services south of the border?
Mr. Speaker, what I see in my constituency is falling educational standards. Scotland's once proud education system having the lowest international ratings ever. What I see is my constituents having increasing waiting times for the health service, and what I see them is dealing with inadequate infrastructure. I don't believe the SNP government in Scotland is focusing on the day job. They're focusing on their obsession, independence.
Yes, Rob Robertson!
Yeah, quotes about doing the day job when you're calling an early general election is really a bit... Let's rest on a neutral observer, not the Tory party research officer. What about the director of the Institute of Health and Society? And he said, and I'm quoting his words here, Scotland is in a much stronger position than England with respect to both health and social care. He went on to say, the problem at the moment is that the English government is not committed to a national health service. Isn't this just another example that the real alternative to the Tory UK government is the progressive policies of the SNP?
Absolutely not, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to debating these subjects over the next 6 weeks. I think the right honourable gentleman was very, very careful not to mention education standards in Scotland. The latest international figures demonstrate that education standards in Scotland are at the lowest ever on record. I don't think that that's a proud record of the Scottish Government, and I look forward to holding it to account over the next 6 weeks.
Elmore!
Two, sir.
Mr. Speaker, in our negotiations with the EU, we will be seeking the best deal for all parts of the UK. The Joint Ministerial Committee on EU negotiations was established to facilitate engagement between the UK Government and devolved administrations and has had regular, substantive and constructive discussions.
Chris Elmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Secretary of State for his answer. If he's so keen and supportive of the JMC, can I ask why it is that they voted against putting on a strategy footing for the Brexit negotiations during the Article 50 bill? But secondly, can I ask the Secretary of State when was the last time a positive idea, which I'm sure there are many from all the devolved administrations, was taken on board to form part of the Brexit negotiations to improve the exit of the EU for the devolved nations?
That's right.
Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear that, for example, Scotland's place in Europe, which is a contribution of the Scottish Government to the discussions, as there has been constructive constructions from the Welsh Government and indeed from the Northern Ireland Executive, have set out many things which form part of the White Paper, part of the Prime Minister's speech, and will be part of the discussions as we go forward to negotiate our exit from the EU.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Stephen Crabb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Isn't there a really important issue here about the role played by machinery of government in helping hold together the United Kingdom? And does my right honourable friend agree that a priority for the new government should be to take a long, hard look at developing new ways of working between ministers and civil servants across the devolved administrations to strengthen our United Kingdom?
Mr. Speaker, I absolutely agree with my right honourable friend, and he has considerable experience, because despite what we hear at these questions, despite what we see in the media, actually the UK Government and devolved administrations are able on a whole range of issues to work very closely and constructively together, and that's the element that we should be supporting and promoting.
Pete Wishart.
Now is not the time, is what the Prime Minister says to the Scottish Parliament as it wants to let Scotland decide its own future and its own relationship with Europe. But now is the time for the screeching U-turn in this opportunistic general election. Does he also believe it's therefore also the time for the Scottish people to once again reject this government's austerity obsession, its assault on the poor, the obnoxious raid clause and its desire to drive Scotland over the cliff edge of its hard Brexit?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I do acknowledge that the honourable gentleman is an expert on screeching, but what I would say to him is that the proposal by the Prime Minister to have a general election in 6 weeks' time to ensure certainty, clarity and security for the period of the Brexit negotiations is quite different from a proposal to have a disruptive referendum campaign during the period of those negotiations.
Marcus Fish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Common commercial policies for the UK to pursue as we leave the EU, for example, in animal health and food safety, are as essential to Scotland as they are to Somerset. How can the JMC help ensure that they will be adopted?
Mr. Speaker, I would certainly hope that the JMC EN will be involved in the discussion of the repatriation of important powers from the EU to the Scottish Parliament and the other devolved administrations. I recognise more than anyone how important it is to have common animal welfare arrangements. The main livestock market for my constituency is 1 mile south of the Scottish border in England.
Deirdre Brock.
Scotland voted to remain in the EU and the single market, but the Scottish Government's paper that would have kept Scotland in the single market and the UK was roundly ignored by the Tory UK Government, intent on pursuing a reckless hard Brexit. Can the Secretary of State for Scotland tell us what personal action he took to convince the Prime Minister to take account of the views of the people of Scotland, and can he provide an explanation for why he failed?
Mr. Speaker, I've been quite clear that Scotland's place in Europe did play an important part in the government's thinking, and just so the hecklers opposite are clear, the government has formally responded to the Scottish Government in relation to Scotland's place in government, and surprisingly, Mr. Speaker, the Scottish Government asked us not to publish our response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In his assessment of the effectiveness of the Joint Ministerial Council, did he share my conclusion that actually the Joint Ministerial Council would be so much more effective if all parties to it were focusing on building a strong UK after Brexit, not pursuing separatist agendas?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Mr. Speaker, as we head into what will be unprecedented peacetime negotiations with the EU, it is vital that all parts of the United Kingdom pull together to take a Team UK approach, and by doing so, we will get the best possible deal for Scotland and indeed the whole of the UK.
David Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the GMC is supposed to be the platform where the devolved administrations have their voices not just heard, but responded to. The Secretary of State paints a rosy picture, but he's not listened to voices. The Northern Ireland voice isn't heard at the moment because they're not allowed to attend. The Scottish voice you've already heard this morning said very, very clearly they're being ignored, and the Welsh feel, at best, less than impressed by this. When will his government give this body the teeth it needs, put it on a statutory footing and let it do its job properly?
Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the JMC is to bring together the UK Government and the devolved administrations, and to work together in formulating our position as we go forward in these negotiations. I very much regret the fact that the Northern Ireland Executive, for example, has not been able to be politically present in recent times, and that's something that we all want to see brought to a conclusion. But these meetings have been robust, and I believe, certainly in terms of the actions that have flowed from them, they have been constructive.
Chris Davies.
Question 4, Mr. Speaker.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 4 and 8 together. The UK and Scottish Governments continue to engage closely on the devolution of new tax powers. The Scottish Government is now responsible for setting the rates and thresholds of income tax. It is, of course, incumbent on them to use their powers to make Scotland an attractive place to live and work.
Chris Davies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now that the Scottish Government has unprecedented power to shape the economy of Scotland, will my right honourable friend join me in calling on the SNP to start delivering jobs and economic growth in Scotland rather than focusing on an independent second referendum?
Mr. Speaker, the shouts from the opposition benches just highlight the complacency of the SNP in relation to the Scottish economy. It contracted by 2% in the fourth quarter of 2016 compared to the UK economy, which grew by 0.7%. No Scot can be proud of that comparison.
Ronald J. Wardener.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree that it's terrible that middle earners in Scotland are being penalised by the Scottish Government? £400 this year and up to £1,400 by 2020-21, compared to in England, where we have higher tax thresholds to help hard-working families.
My honourable friend is right to highlight that point, although whilst I might not like the plans to make Scotland the highest tax part of the United Kingdom, I do acknowledge it is a matter for the Scottish Government, but they will have to account for themselves in relation to their taxation policies, and the forthcoming general election will no doubt highlight those issues.
Tasmina Ahmed Sheikh.
Mr Speaker, the average Bandy council tax bill in Scotland is almost £400 lower than it is in England. Will these discussions include how local authorities in England can learn from Scotland's successes in providing local and national services while maintaining the lowest council tax rate in the UK?
The honourable lady may have spoken, Mr Speaker, to the SNP press office, but she certainly hasn't spoken to councils up and down Scotland who are absolutely uniform in their negativity of the Scottish Government's approach to funding of local government.
Hannah Bardell.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. As a last act of kindness, and while he still has his seat and his position, will he address the issue of the closure of the HMRC office in my Livingston constituency, threatening 1,000 jobs with a move to Edinburgh? Cross-party group of politicians have written to him, including his own party. He has ignored this. His last swan song. Will he come to Livingston and save those jobs?
Mr Speaker, as the honourable lady knows, I've set out clearly in correspondence with all those who have been in touch with me, the rationale for the move and the change in the arrangements for HMRC, many of which have been called for across this House in terms of efficiency and effectiveness of HMRC working. But obviously nobody likes to see significant change in employment patterns in their constituency, and I commend the honourable lady for the way in which she has pursued the issue.
Dr James Davies.
Number 5, Mr Speaker.
Minister Greg Hand.
Mr Speaker, with your permission, I will answer questions 5 and 7 together. The UK Government's plan for Britain seeks to help businesses across the UK to trade beyond Europe and make Britain a leading advocate for free trade across the world. Scotland Office ministers 70 meetings with businesses across Scotland since last summer's referendum, and only last month my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for International Trade, was in Glasgow to meet innovative Scottish businesses trading with the world.
James Davies.
I thank my honourable friend for that response. What steps is he taking to support international trade and investment in the devolved nations?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that question, Mr Speaker. The Department for International Trade is quite clear that we are a department for the whole of the United Kingdom. All of our services are accessible to companies in Scotland, England, Wales and Northern Ireland, including the GREAT campaign, including our portal, Mr Speaker, great.gov.uk, the Trade Show Access programme, and we've had major announcements of more overseas investment coming into all parts of the UK, Mr Speaker, in recent months.
Mrs Cheryl Murray.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Could my honourable friend tell the House his view on the damage to Scottish business if Scotland left the United Kingdom?
Well, Mr Speaker, my honourable friend, I think, has hit the nail on the head. Because if Scotland were to leave the UK, the potential damage to Scottish business and Scottish trade would be huge. The Scottish Government's own figures, Mr Speaker, show that 64% of goods and services leaving Scotland go to the UK, compared to only 15% going to the rest of the EU. Mr Speaker, of £49.8 billion versus £12.3 billion.
Paul Monaghan.
Mr Speaker, can the Minister tell us what assessment he has made of the contribution of Scotland to the EU single market?
Here, here.
Well, Mr Speaker, I think the honourable gentleman is missing the point. The point is surely the centrality and the importance of the UK single market as we go forward from here. I'll give him the figures again, Mr Speaker. It's £49.8 billion going to the rest of the UK, only £12.3 billion going to the EU. It is clear that it's the union that matters most is the United Kingdom.
Monaghan.
Secretary of State's previously said that he supports the European single market. that being part of the single market was clearly the best possible deal for Scotland. I wonder if the Secretary of State could tell his constituents, will he now stand in a manifesto to take Scotland out of that single market?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and the whole government is absolutely clear on this, that our objective is to secure a comprehensive free trade agreement with the European Union as we leave the European Union. That will be in the best interests of all parts of the UK, including Scotland.
What assessment has my honourable friend made of the opportunities for increasing the exports of whisky across the world as part of a free trade agreement once we leave the European Union?
Well, the honourable gentleman was asking about whisky exports. Let's hear the Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend raises a very important point. Whisky is a vital part of our export mix. Exports of whisky reached $3.999 billion in 2016, a big increase. And actually, Mr. Speaker, whisky has actually been at the part of quite a few of our trade missions, notably the Secretary of International Trade, myself and the Prime Minister, when we were in India in November, took with us the Scotch Whisky Association, and we've seen big increases in exports to India.
Well, to have a bit of information, I find. Mr. David Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the former Prime Minister David Cameron promised he would not resign if he lost the EU referendum. He reneged on that promise within hours. The current Prime Minister said on 7 occasions should not call an early election. She reneged on that promise yesterday. Will the Minister, on behalf of the Secretary of State, give him the chance to break the mould and renew the commitment given to this House on at least 3 occasions that whatever support is put in place for business in the North East, like Nissan, will be put in place for Scotland?
Mr. Speaker, we have been absolutely clear that our support for Nissan and indeed the rest of the automotive sector will be enduring. That is the most important point, and I'm sure will be an important point of the general election campaign as we go forward from here. Mr. Speaker, I am looking forward to the Conservatives being competitive in the North East in this coming general election, and we look forward to taking the fight to the official opposition there.
Anderson!
The question was whether you would renew the promise given to Scotland would have the same deal. And if you will you tell the people in the oil and gas supply chain that the report from the Robert Gordon University last week that said that Brexit would cost them £200 million, that money will be sorted, they'll be looked after in the same way Nissan is prepared to be, or will you ignore and break another promise?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm certainly glad that he has raised the question of oil and gas in Scotland. What I can say to him, Mr. Speaker, that I know that he and I would agree that the one thing that would be most disastrous for the Scottish economy, including the oil and gas sector, would see Scottish separation, leading to an overnight budget deficit of around 9% of GDP. That would be a disaster.
Question 6, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, with permission, I will answer questions 6, 9, 10 and 11 together. Sales from Scotland to the rest of the UK are worth nearly £50 billion, a figure that has increased by over 70% since 2002 and is 4 times the value of exports from Scotland to the EU. There is no doubt that the United Kingdom is the vital union for Scotland.
Does my right honourable friend agree that the best deal for Scotland is to stay part of the United Kingdom and to work with the UK government to do all it can to support a new free trade agreement with the EU?
Mr. Speaker, I absolutely agree with my honourable friend.
Mr. Nigel Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The IMF predicted dire consequences for the UK economy if we voted Brexit. They upgraded the growth yesterday for the second time in 3 months to 2%. Much of the confidence about the growth in the UK economy is deserved by our leadership of our Prime Minister. Does he agree with me that when people look to buy British as a quality mark made in Scotland...
Grateful. Secretary of State, thank you very much. We're deeply obliged. Secretary of
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Stuart Andrew.
Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. My constituency has a long and proud tradition within the textile industry, many of whom trade with all parts of the United Kingdom. How will these companies in my constituency be helped by Scotland leaving the hugely successful UK single market?
Obviously, Mr Speaker, they won't, because as the right honourable gentleman will know, in 2015 Scotland exported £49.8 billion to the rest of the UK. That's 4 times more than that which is exported to the EU and 3 times greater than sales to the rest of the world.
Mr Speaker, the benefits to Scotland of full access to the UK market are clear. Does my right honourable friend agree that Scottish representation in this Parliament must focus on what benefits the whole of the UK single market?
Absolutely, and that's why I can confirm to my honourable friend that when Ruth Davidson and the Scottish Conservatives go into the general election, it will be on the basis of keeping Scotland at the heart of our United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. 75% of Canada's exports go to the US, whereas only 63% of Scotland's exports go to the rest of the UK. Canada is a successful independent country. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that neighbouring countries can have close trading relations while still maintaining their sovereignty?
Of course, countries can have close trading relationships, but what Scotland benefits from being part of the United Kingdom is no barriers in trade, freedom of movement between Scotland and the rest of the UK. That's good for Scottish business, and she should support it.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The value of Scottish exports of food and drink have doubled in the past 10 years, £5.5 billion in 2016. However, this week James Withers, the Chief Executive of Scotland Food and Drink, said that he was afraid of the consequences of leaving the European Union, not having a trade deal and tariffs. Will the Secretary of State guarantee that the Scottish food and drink sector will not have to deal with that situation with tariffs?
Mr Speaker, from my discussions with the Scottish food and drink industry, their greatest concern is that the SNP would seek to drag Scotland out of the United Kingdom.
Mr Oswald!
Does the Secretary of State stand by his comments last year when he said, "My role is to ensure Scotland gets the best possible deal involving clearly being part of the single market"? Will he be honest with his constituents in a few weeks' time? Are they voting for an MP who supports staying in the single market, or are they voting for an MP who wants to go along with a damaging, hard Brexit, whatever the cost, to families and businesses in his constituency?
Speaker, what certainly I look forward to when I contest my constituency in the next general election is knowing exactly what the SNP position is on the EU. Are they for taking Scotland back into the EU, or are they not? I hope we'll find out in the next 6 weeks.
Finally and briefly, Martin Doherty-Hughes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Tory strategy worked a treat against the Liberal Democrats in the south west of England at the last election. Is it a strategy that the Secretary of State will be urging his colleagues to export in the coming election to Scotland?
Mr Speaker, Ruth Davidson's already made it absolutely clear that her stance in the forthcoming general election will be to stand up for Scotland's membership of the United Kingdom and against a divisive second independence referendum.
Order. Questions to the Prime Minister. Alberto Costa.
Question number 1, Mr Speaker.
Thank you. Mr Speaker, I am sure that members across the House will wish to join me in offering our condolences to the families and friends of Andrea Christie, who died following the London attack, and Chris Bevington, who is among those killed in the terrorist attack in Sweden. And our thoughts are also with the family and friends of Hannah Bladen, who was murdered in Jerusalem last week. Mr Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Alberto Costa.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I would also like to join the Prime Minister in offering the condolences of the people of South Leicestershire and myself to the individuals and their families. Mr Speaker, strong countries need strong economies. Strong countries need strong defences. Strong countries need strong leaders. As the nation prepares to go to the polls, apart from my right honourable friend, who else in this House can provide the leadership that is needed at this time?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. There are three things that a country needs: a strong economy, strong defence and strong, stable leadership. That's what our plans for Brexit and our plans for a stronger Britain will deliver. And that's what the Conservative Party will be offering at this election. And we will be out there fighting for every vote. Whereas the right honourable gentleman opposite would bankrupt our economy, weaken our defences and is simply not fit to lead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I concur with the condolences the Prime Minister just sent to the families of those three people who so sadly and needlessly died, and it's important we recognise that as a cross-party proposal today. And I thank the Prime Minister for that. Mr. Speaker, we welcome the general election, but this is a Prime Minister who promised there wouldn't be one. A Prime Minister who cannot be trusted. She says it's about leadership, yet is refusing to defend her record in television debates. And it's not hard to see why. The Prime Minister says we have a stronger economy. Yet she can't explain why people's wages are lower today than they were 10 years ago, or why more households are in debt, 6 million people earning less than the living wage, child poverty is up, pensioner poverty is up. So why are so many people getting poorer?
Well, I can assure the right honourable gentleman. First of all, I would point out to the right honourable gentleman that I have been answering his questions and debating these matters every Wednesday that Parliament has been sitting since I became Prime Minister, and I will be taking out to the country in this campaign a proud record of a Conservative government. A stronger economy, an economy with the deficit nearly two-thirds down, with 30 million people with a tax cut, 4 million people taken out of income tax altogether, record levels of employment and £1,250 more a year for pensioners. That's a record we can be proud of.
Mr. Speaker, if she's so proud of her record, why won't she debate it? Wages are falling. More children are in poverty. And the last Tory manifesto, page 28, said, "We will work to eliminate child poverty." They only eliminated the child poverty targets, not child poverty. In 2010, they promised to eradicate the deficit by 2015. In 2015, they promised to eradicate the deficit by 2020. Austerity has failed. So does the Prime Minister know which year the deficit will now be eradicated?
The right honourable gentleman, I know it's taken the right honourable gentleman a little time to get the hang of these Prime Minister's questions, but I have to say to him that week in and week out, he stands up and asks me questions and I respond to those questions. And And what we're... with a stronger...
Order! Order! The Leader of the Opposition must be heard and the Prime Minister must be heard. The Prime Minister.
A stronger economy with the deficit two-thirds down, but people will have a real choice at this election. They will have a choice between a Conservative government that has shown we can build a stronger economy and a Labour Party whose economic policy would bankrupt this country. And what voters know is that under Labour it's ordinary working people who pay the price of the Labour Party. They pay it with their taxes, they pay it with their jobs, and they pay it with their children's futures.
Jeremy Corbyn!
Only this year, the new Chancellor pledged to eradicate the deficit by 2022. I do admire Tory consistency. It's always 5 years in the future. Another Tory broken promise. The Prime Minister leads a government that's increased national debt by £700 billion, more than every other Labour government in history put together. Debt has risen every year they've been in office. We know their economic plan was long-term. Does the Prime Minister want to tell us how far into the long term it will be before we get the debt falling?
The right honourable gentleman stands up and talks about a debt. This is a Labour Party that will be going into the election pledged to borrow an extra £500 billion. And what does that mean for ordinary working people? Well, I'll tell the right honourable gentleman what it means. We know what Labour's plans would entail because we've been told by the former Labour Shadow Chancellor. He said the following: if Labour were in power, you'd have to double income tax, you'd have to double national insurance, you'd have to double council tax, and you'd have to double VAT as well. That's Labour's plan for the economy.
Jeremy Corbyn!
All her government has delivered, Mr. Speaker, is more debt and less funding for schools and hospitals. Schools funding being cut for the first time in a generation. The Prime Minister is cutting £3 billion a year from school budgets by 2020. She says they've created a stronger economy. So why are there tax giveaways to the richest corporations while our children's schools are starved of the resources they need to educate our children for the future?
He talks about levels of funding into schools and the NHS. There are record levels of funding going into schools and record levels of funding going into the NHS. But let's just talk about schools, because it's not just a question of funding, it's actually a question of the quality of education provided in the schools. 1.8 million more children are in good or outstanding schools under this Conservative government. That's 1.8 million more children with a better chance for their futures. What would Labour give us? The same old one-size-fits-all, local authority-run schools. No choice, good or bad, trust your luck. We don't trust to luck, and we won't trust the Labour Party. We'll provide a good school place for every child.
Jeremy Corbyn!
Parents taking their children back to school for the summer term, many will receive a letter from the school begging for funds to buy books and fund the school. The Conservative manifesto promised the amount of money following your child into school will be protected. It isn't. It's another Tory broken promise. For the first time in its history, Mr. Speaker, NHS funding per pupil, per patient will fall this year. The NHS has been put into an all-year-round crisis by this government. Why are more people waiting in pain and millions of elderly people not getting the care and the dignity that they deserve?
I'm proud of the record we have on the NHS. We see more doctors, more nurses, more midwives, more GPs, more people being treated in our National Health Service last year than ever before, and record levels of funding going into our National Health Service. You only can do that with a strong economy. What do we know we'd get from the Labour Party? Bankruptcy and chaos.
Jeremy Corbyn!
Mr. Speaker, that's a very good reason why we should have a debate about it. Because that is another Tory broken promise. A broken promise of the Tory manifesto, which said they will continue to spend more on the NHS in real terms. Say that to those waiting at A&E departments. Say that to those that can't leave hospital because social care is not available. Mr. Speaker, isn't the truth that over the last 7 years the Tories have broken every promise on living standards, the deficit, debt, the National Health Service and schools funding? Why should anyone believe a word they say over the next 7 weeks?
I can assure the right honourable gentleman that I will be out campaigning and taking to voters the message of the record of this Conservative government, but crucially of our plans to make Brexit a success and to build a stronger Britain for the future. And every vote for the Conservatives will make it harder for those who want to stop me from getting the job done. Every vote for the Conservatives will make me stronger when I negotiate for Britain with the European Union. And every vote for the Conservatives will mean we can stick to our plan for a stronger Britain and take the right long-term decisions for a more secure future for this country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For years I've been campaigning for fairer funding in Wiltshire schools. Will the Prime Minister please reaffirm her commitment to this and to a review of pupil premium to encompass other forms of key disadvantagement, such as being a young carer, mental health problems and bereavement? This way we can create a country that will work for everyone.
I know that my honourable friend, she raises a very important point. I know that she has campaigned long and hard in her constituency and worked hard for her constituents on this and other issues. What we do want to ensure is that young people, irrespective of their background, have the opportunity to make the most of their talents. And the point of our reforms is to try to end the postcode lottery in school funding and to support our plan for a fairer society where success is based on merit and not on privilege. She refers to the pupil premium. That is, of course, worth £2.5 billion a year. It's an important part of our policy because it does give schools extra support for pupils from disadvantaged backgrounds. But I think it's right that schools are best placed to prioritise the needs of their pupils and can use their funding to ensure that they're supporting any pupil facing disadvantage, financial or otherwise.
Angus Robertson.
May I join in the condolences extended by the Prime Minister and the leader of the Labour Party. Mr. Speaker, the tone and content of democratic debates, including a general election, is very important to all of us. So does the Prime Minister agree with me that political opponents are not saboteurs and that all elected mainstream parties and parliamentarians have a mandate and that that should be respected?
Yeah. In this House and in this Parliament, it is right that we have proper debate and scrutiny of proposals that are put forward by the government, and that arguments on both sides of the House are rightly challenged, and those discussions take place. But I say to the right honourable gentleman that what the British people, what the people of the United Kingdom voted for last year was for the UK to leave the European Union. We have set that process in motion. There is no turning back. But it is clear from statements that have been made by the Scottish nationalists and others that they do want to use this House to try to frustrate that process. I will be asking the British people for a mandate to complete Brexit and to make a success of it.
Angus Robertson.
Speaker, it's disappointing the Prime Minister didn't take the opportunity to condemn intemperate language in describing other democratic politicians as... Well, there's heckling from the other side, and I think the Prime Minister should take the opportunity to underline something that we should all agree on, that describing people in the way that we've read in some daily newspapers by leading politicians is not acceptable. But, Mr. Speaker, most people know that the reason why we are actually having a general election is because of the woeful state of the Labour Party. If the Prime Minister is so confident that our hard Brexit, pro-austerity, anti-immigration case is right, then she should debate it with opposition leaders during
of the campaign. We look forward to the straight fight between the SNP and the Tories. Can the Prime Minister tell the people why she's running scared of a televised debate with Nicola Sturgeon?
First of all, can I say to the right honourable gentleman, one of the crucial things we have in this country that underpins our democracy is a free press. And I believe that is important, and I believe people in this chamber should stand up for the freedom of the press. And as to the TV debates, I can assure the right honourable gentleman that I will be out there campaigning in every part of the United Kingdom, taking out there our proud record of a Conservative government that has delivered for every part of the United Kingdom. And I might suggest to the Scottish nationalists that actually now is the time for them to put aside... Yes, wait for it. Now is the time for them to put aside their tunnel vision on independence and actually explain to the Scottish people why under the SNP they're not putting as much money into the health service as they've been given from the UK. They're not exercising the powers they've been given, and Scottish education is getting worse. It's time they got back to the day job.
Mary Robinson!
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also welcome the announcement from the Prime Minister yesterday, and I look forward to the general election and taking my positive message to my constituents in Cheadle in June. Over the last 2 years, I've pressed for first-class transport infrastructure for Cheadle, and this week I launched my transport survey so my constituents can have their say on what's needed to keep Cheadle moving and be at the heart of the Northern powerhouse. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that residents in Cheadle need to vote Conservative on the 8th of June to ensure we get continued investment in transport and infrastructure, not only in Cheadle but across the North West?
Well, I absolutely agree with my honourable friend on that point. But can I say, because I know she's been working very hard for her constituents in Cheadle on this transport issue and on others. And of course, it is under this government that the DfT is investing £290 million to improve transport links to Manchester Airport through Cheadle, and £2.1 million is being committed to improving walking and cycling routes around the Cheadle-Hulme district centre. And I think that's why the choice is so clear. As she says, if she wants to see that funding into infrastructure, we need a strong economy, and only the Conservatives can deliver that strong economy.
Smith!
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Because of the Prime Minister's changes to education funding, every school in the country will face real terms cuts. Manchester's hit harder than anywhere outside London. With Chorlton High School and Parswood High School in my constituency, each losing the equivalent of over 30 teachers. So I asked the Prime Minister the same question a head teacher asked me. What would the Prime Minister cut to balance the books? And what subjects would she choose to sack teachers from?
As the honourable gentleman knows, there are record levels of funding going into our schools. We have... Everybody across this House has recognised for many years that the current funding formula is not fair across the country, and it's necessary for us to look for a fairer funding formula. Now, we've consulted on that and will obviously be responding to that consultation. But I say to the honourable gentleman, as he faces up to the election, I note that last year he failed to back. He opposed the leader of his party. If he wasn't willing to support him as leader of his party, why should his voters support him as leader of the country?
David McIntosh!
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The only way to fund crucial infrastructure is with a strong economy. To that end, does my right honourable friend agree with me that the St James Mill Link Road in Northampton would help with traffic flow in the town and to unlock development on the enterprise zone? And will the next Conservative government continue to support me as the MP in backing the scheme?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right that you need to have a strong economy if you're going to be able to fund that crucial infrastructure. And that's why, since 2015, we've increased our annual investment in economic infrastructure by almost 60%, £22 billion per year by 2021. and that includes £2.6 billion for improvements in transport projects. And I'm happy to see the Link Road proposal that is being put forward by his local LEP, which I think will improve access to business and unlock development in the area. I know my honourable friend's worked hard to see this happen, and I'm sure he'll continue to campaign on issues like that matter so much to his constituents.
Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recent changes to housing benefit entitlement for 18 to 21-year-olds will affect 195 young people in Merthyr Tydfil and Rumney. The government is constantly challenging young people to train and leave benefits for the world of work, but homelessness charities like Clymai are concerned that these changes will be a major barrier to learning and training for youngsters who do not have a safe and secure environment at home. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that we should be doing everything we can to help young people in the job market, including offering financial support for housing? And will she pledge to strengthen the guidelines so that no more young people risk falling through the net and ending up on the streets?
I think the principle behind what is being done in terms of the changing of housing benefit is the right one, which is to say that actually it's only fair that people are not able to make decisions when they're on benefit that they wouldn't be able to make if they're actually in work. But it is right that we need to ensure that those young people for whom staying at home, for whom there is a particular difficulty, are supported through the system. That's why there are significant exemptions that have taken place. We've taken that on board and we recognise that need. And
Closed question, Mr. Philip Hollowbone.
Question 8, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I'd be happy to visit the Kettering constituency in the future if my diary allows. In fact, I suspect in the next few weeks I'm going to be visiting quite a few constituencies across the country.
Mr. Philip Hollowbone.
Life for ordinary working families is harder than many people at Westminster realise. You have a job, but not necessarily job security. You're just about managing, but you're worried about the cost of living and getting your kids into a good school. You're doing your best, and a Conservative government will do all it can to make sure that you have more control over your life. Mr. Speaker, these were the inspiring words of the Prime Minister when she took office last July. Will the Prime Minister come to Kettering, Britain's most average town, and repeat these, her core beliefs? Because if she does so, I know she will be warmly and widely acclaimed as the Prime Minister this country needs for the next 5 years.
My honourable friend is absolutely right to highlight ordinary working families who do rely on the government to provide stability and certainty for them, and that's what this Conservative government has done. And if you look at what we've done, we've supported jobs through significant new investment in skills, we've invested in public services like childcare and the NHS, and we've enhanced consumer protections. And I'm happy to repeat the words that I said outside Downing Street on the 13th of July last year, but it's Conservatives in government that have delivered strong and stable leadership, and that's the message I'll be taking out to the country during this election.
Chapman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Prime Minister support the people of Darlington when they oppose the downgrading of their A&E and maternity services? They want an answer they can trust, Prime Minister. Is it yes or no?
The proposals for the configuration of health services in local areas is a matter that is being determined by local commissions in the best interests of services. In the best interests of services in the local area. But I'm interested, the Honourable Lady refers to the views of her constituents in Darlington. She has said of the Leader of the Opposition, the Leader of her party, my constituents in Darlington have made it clear to me they cannot support the Labour Party under your leadership. How can they possibly support him as Leader of the country?
Maria Caulfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the fact that because the Conservatives have managed the economy so well, there's record funding of school funding this year. In East Sussex, for example, has some of the best performing schools in the country. They're set to receive an increase of 3%. However, in Lewis and my constituency, many of my small rural primary schools are set to see a reduction. So could the Prime Minister guarantee she will look at the issue of rural primary school funding so that we can even out the fairer distribution of money?
friend is absolutely right to point out the record levels of funding that are going into schools. It is also the case, as I said earlier, that there has been over the years a general acceptance across this House that the current system of funding is not fair in certain parts of the country, and that's why we want to end that postcode lottery and look at a system that is fairer and more up-to-date, and a system that will support our plan for a society where progress is based on merit and not on privilege. But I'm very happy to look at the concerns. I recognise small rural schools particularly have particular issues, and I'm very happy to look at those concerns to ensure that we get the funding formula right and we can spread the money as fairly as possible.
William Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every school in Hyndburn is facing a massive budget cut. Why is a child in Hyndburn worth less than a child in Tory heartlands in the south?
We currently have a situation where there are significant sums of money going into children in certain schools, sometimes double the amount of money that is going for a child in another school. We need to find a fairer system. We have consulted on that system, and we will be responding to that system. But I note from the honourable gentleman about what he has said about his leader, the leader of his party, the leader of the opposition. He said he's not fit to rule. The public see this as a man who doesn't take responsibility seriously, and he can't take the party forward other than in a divisive way. If he can't take the party forward, how can he hope to take the country forward?
Eric Thomas.
Small businesses provide the lion's share of jobs in Cornwall and on the Isles of Scilly. The difficulties of attracting credit, rising operational costs and red tape makes running a small business an increasingly difficult task. What can my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, do to help these small businesses so that they can continue to be the engine of rural economies like West Cornwall?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right that small businesses are the engine of the economy. I know he's been a champion for small businesses in his constituency, and he recognises that we need, if we're going to ensure that we can create those jobs, we do want to encourage small businesses. That's why, at the budget, my right honourable friend the Chancellor provided £435 million to support businesses in England facing the steepest business rate increases. It's why we've cut business rates by nearly £9 billion, will do over the next 5 years, and why we've listened to small businesses and given that extra year to prepare for making tax digital for over 3 million businesses. But I recognise the importance of small businesses in Cornwall, and I look forward to visiting Cornwall in the next few weeks and being able to talk to him and others about the importance of small businesses in the county.
Baron.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Could I join with the Prime Minister with the expressions of condolence led by the Prime Minister earlier on? This election can change the direction of our country. From the consequences of potential hard Brexit outside the single market to the future of our NHS and social care, our schools and our environment. The British public deserve to hear the party leaders set out their plans and debate them publicly. But the Prime Minister has refused to take part in televised leaders' debates. The Prime Minister and I, back in 1992, debated publicly, forcibly and amicably when we were both candidates together. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, indeed, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister called out the then incumbent who did not show up for some of those debates. Why will she not debate those issues publicly now? What is she scared of?
I can assure the honourable gentleman that I will be debating these issues publicly across the country, as will every single member of the Conservative team. We will be taking a proud record of a Conservative government, but more than that, we'll be taking our plans for the future of this country, for making Brexit a success and for delivering a stronger Britain. And he talks about a possibility of changing the future of this country. What do we know that the leader of the Labour Party, the leader of the Liberal Democrats and the leader of the Scottish Nationalists have in common? Corbyn, Farron and Sturgeon. They want to unite together to divide our country, and we will not let them do it.
John Stevenson.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. The Government wishes to pursue a national industrial strategy. Cumbria has some specific strengths, such as tourism, agriculture, nuclear, among others, but it also has some weaknesses. In the next Parliament, would the Prime Minister agree that any industrial strategy must take into account regional and sub-regional factors, and would she be receptive to a Cumbrian industrial strategy which works within a national one?
Well, my honourable friend has pointed to a very important part of our plans for a stronger Britain for the future, which is the modern industrial strategy that we're developing. It is because we want an economy that works for everyone, that delivers good, high-skilled, high-paid jobs and creates conditions for competitive world-leading businesses to prosper here in the United Kingdom. But he's right, as we look at that industrial strategy, we need to look at the particular factors in particular parts of the country. He's long been a champion, not just for Carlisle, but for Cumbria, and I recognise the need, as does the Business Department, as we look at that industrial strategy, to tailor it according to the needs of particular areas of the country.
Yvette Cooper.
The Prime Minister yesterday said she was calling a general election because Parliament was blocking Brexit. But 3/4 of MPs and 2/3 of the Lords voted for Article 50. So that's not true, is it? Exactly. And a month ago, she told her official spokesman to rule out an early general election, and that wasn't true either, was it? She wants us to believe that she is a woman of her word. Isn't the truth that we cannot believe a single word?
The House is rather overexcited. The question has been heard. The answer will be heard. The Prime Minister.
This House and this Parliament voted to trigger Article 50. But the Labour Party made it clear that they were thinking of voting against the final deal. The Scottish Nationalists... The Scottish Nationalists have said that they will vote against the legislation necessary to leave the European Union. The Liberal Democrats say they're going to grind government to a standstill, and the House of Lords have threatened to stop us every inch of the way. I think it is right now to ask the British people to put their trust in me and the Conservative Party to deliver on their vote last year a Brexit plan that will make a success for this country and deliver a stronger, fairer global Britain in the future.
Scully!
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've seen rats and fly tipping as a result of bins not having been emptied for up to 3 weeks across Lib Dem-run Sutton, following a shambolic change to their refuse collections. When bin collections gets in the national headlines, you know something's gone wrong. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that in accepting greater delegated powers, elected councillors must consult residents properly, plan major changes carefully and take full responsibility as accountable representatives when things go wrong?
Well, I don't know about the howls of derision that were coming from the opposition benches, because my honourable friend raises a very important point on an issue that actually matters to people up and down the country. And it is our goal to reduce littering and litter in England, to make sure that our high streets, our villages, our parks are the cleanest and most pleasant places that they can be. We've published the first ever national litter strategy for England, and we're supporting comprehensive and frequent bin collections. But from what he says the Liberal Democrat-run Sutton Council is doing, it shows not only, as we already knew, that the Liberal Democrats charge the highest council taxes, but under the Liberal Democrats you pay more and get less.
Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister join the Scottish Government, North Ayrshire Council and all Ayrshire local authorities and pledge today to support the Ayrshire Growth Deal, which requires £350 million of investment targeted to regenerate Ayrshire and improve the lives and prospects of all the people of Ayrshire?
Well, we have As the Honourable Lady will know, we have already shown our commitment to growth deals in Scotland from the deals that have already been agreed. I understand that my right honourable friend, Secretary of State for Scotland, has met with the Scottish Government to discuss the growth deal for Ayrshire that she has referred to, and we're in discussion about that deal. But we've shown our commitment already through the deals that have already been struck, for example, for Aberdeen.
Sir David Amis.
As part of Southend's celebrations as the alternative city of culture, on the morning of Monday the 1st of May, stilt walkers will walk non-stop from Southend to number 10 Downing Street to raise money for the Music Men project to help people with learning difficulties, and also a charity for child refugees. Would my right honourable friend arrange on the morning of Tuesday the 2nd of May for someone on her behalf to receive the stilt walkers and accept from Southend's town crier the proclamation that in this, the 125th anniversary of the founding of Borough, Southend be declared a city?
Can I say to my honourable friend, when I first heard this issue of the stilt walkers, I thought it sounded a bit of a tall order myself. But I'm sure they will be making great strides as they approach Downing Street, and we will look very carefully. I'm pleased to hear what he says about Southend celebrations, but also for the efforts that are being made to raise funds for very, very important causes. And we'll certainly look at what can be done in Downing Street when the stilt walkers arrive there.
Dennis Skinner.
Will the Prime Minister give a guarantee that no Tory MP who is under investigation by the police and the legal authorities over election expenses in the last general election be a candidate in this election? Because if she won't accept that, this is the most squalid election campaign that has happened in my lifetime.
I stand by all the Conservative MPs who are in this House and who will be out there standing again, campaigning for a Conservative government that will give a brighter and better future for this country.
Richard Benyon!
Put a sock in it. I am proud that my party in government has ensured that we fulfil in this country our commitment to NATO to spend 2% on defence, and our commitment to the UN to spend 0.7% of GNP on overseas aid. Will my right honourable friend please commit the future Conservative government to do the same?
My right honourable friend is absolutely correct. Obviously, we've committed to meet our NATO pledge of 2% being spent on GDP on defence every year of this decade. We are delivering on that. We've got a £36 billion defence budget, which will rise to almost £40 billion by 2020-21, the biggest in Europe and second largest in NATO. We're meeting our commitment from the UN commitment to spend 0.7% of GNI on overseas development assistance. And I can assure my right honourable friend that we remain committed as a Conservative party to ensuring that we ensure that for the defence and security of this country and to work for a stronger world.
Finally, Christian Matheson.
Schools in Cheshire West and Chester were already underfunded by about £400 per pupil on average before the new National Fair Funding Formula came in, and now every school in Chester is cutting staff and raising class sizes. That's how they protected the education budget, Mr. Speaker. So can she explain to the House, why is it that the National Fair Funding Formula provides neither fairness nor funding?
As I've said in this chamber before, we need to look at the funding formula. We have published proposals, we have consulted on those proposals, and in due course government will respond to those proposals for fair funding. But I was very interested to see the honourable gentleman being interviewed yesterday and being asked whether he'd put a photograph of the Leader of the Opposition on his election literature. And sadly, he said the only photographs he wanted on his election literature were his own. He wasn't prepared to support the leader of his own party.
Order! the honourable gentleman, the member of Enfield Southgate, is greatly encouraged by the interest in his 10-minute rule motion. 10-minute rule motion, Mr David Burrows.
Mr Speaker, I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to equalise the assessment and enforcement of child maintenance arrangements of children of self-employed parents with that of other employed parents. Mr Speaker, I do welcome the great interest of and attendance of honourable members for my bill, but feel like something of the filler in the Prime Minister's sandwich. But guess honourable members' attention will be focused on the next motion rather than on my bill. However, many parents have waited all too long for fair child maintenance for their children and will not let a general election get in the way of their campaign. The campaign message at the heart of my bill, to use the Prime Minister's parlance, is that we need a child maintenance service which will work for everyone, not just a privileged few. This issue...
Order. Stop the clock, please. Order. I appreciate the interest in other matters, but the subject matter of the honourable gentleman's bill is of very great importance to huge numbers of parents and children around the country, and I think it is, to put it mildly, unseemly that while the honourable gentleman is speaking to his bill, there are a number of rather animated private conversations taking place, including those being conducted by normally immensely courteous members of the House. So if the House can settle down and listen to the eloquence of the honourable gentleman, I think we would all be grateful for that. Mr David Burrows.
Issue of great importance and interest to the public. It is also an issue, a cross-party one, but has indeed been a Conservative cause from the time of the Thatcher government, recognising the principle that all parents have a continued responsibility to reasonably contribute to children's upkeep. Where parents can't agree about a child's maintenance, the state will step in to protect the child's interest. It is there for parents in need of child maintenance who have nowhere else to turn. As such, it must cater for all children, including those whose parents are self-employed, who have complex financial affairs. Mr Speaker, my interest in this issue has arisen from the case of my constituent Elizabeth, who is in attendance today, as well as 4 other equally brave and determined women that my honourable friend for South Cambridgeshire refers to as her supermums, and there will be other honourable members with similar like-minded, brave and determined women who have come to their surgery. Now, Elizabeth, Melissa, Joanne, Sue and Kate have for years relentlessly pursued their cases with the CSA and could write the textbook on how non-resident parents can easily evade the system by claiming self-employment. The challenges in the CSA system of assets and lifestyle incompatible with earnings have been removed in the replacement CMS process. And it's these flaws that have led me to introduce this bill, and indeed my honourable friend for South Cambridgeshire with the Work and Pensions Select Committee to have an inquiry into the CMS, which is due to report imminently. The fact of the matter is, if you are a child whose non-resident parent is self-employed, you are at risk of being financially disadvantaged compared to a child whose non-resident parent is employed. Non-resident self-employed parents are being indulged by the CMS. Now, the government's defence to this charge of injustice is that closing the loopholes which enable such child maintenance avoidance is, I quote, expensive and time-consuming to do so. However, the government does not take such a relaxed attitude when it comes to individuals who avoid paying their benefits, or indeed taxes. The HMRC is 56,000 strong tax collecting department with an annual budget of over £4 billion, yet this money fails to get a grip of non-resident parents who hide their income from the CMS by exploiting legal loopholes. It is welcome that the DWP has beefed up its financial investigations unit to a 50-strong team, and good that the Minister for Welfare Delivery, who is here today to listen, said to the Work and Pensions Select Committee that they have powers to look at bank accounts and tax records and seek to clarify where things, I quote, just do not add up. Well, Mr Speaker, I just don't believe this is good enough. Children should not be paying the price for the ongoing injustice of unpaid child maintenance. There's an estimated 52.5 million unpaid maintenance, which means that fewer than half of eligible children do not receive anything at all. Now, Elizabeth's son is one of those who should not be paying for the £40,000 price of what he is owed over 6 years in child maintenance, simply because his father has a clever accountant who can help hide his assets in non-income bearing accounts, businesses and property. This maintenance liability would not have actually been uncovered without the determination of his mother Elizabeth, taking the case under the old CSA system through to tribunal hearings and relying on the old rule which allowed for an assets variation. They eventually revealed that the other parent has assets valuing some £800,000 from the sale of various businesses and inheritance, and found that he could pay regularly CSA maintenance to support their teenage son. Yet the problem which my bill seeks to resolve is that under the 2012 CMS scheme, the same parent is held to legitimately have now a nil child maintenance liability. It was then at £40,000, it would now be nil, being based largely on gross taxable income figures provided by the HMRC. This model, I accept, works for the majority of straightforward cases, where a paying parent's sole income is for PAYE employment. It works less well where the paying parent takes income in other forms, such as dividend income or rental income. It does not work at all where the paying parent's living costs are met from income that does not show up at HMRC. Income from ISAs, for example, from venture capital trust fund dividends. Then there are some non-resident parents who simply support their lifestyle from income, not from income at all. For example, from substantial assets, but no apparent income, such as from capital gains from property transactions. Such paying parents have no child maintenance liability at all. So parents are now left to a limited child maintenance support system, which may be cheap and more efficient for simple cases, but for more complex cases is weak and leads to injustice. This injustice is compounded by the 2012 rules not only abolishing the grounds to challenge assessments, but also cutting off the avenue for redress through the courts. Now, the government's response to my constituent Elizabeth is that, I quote, the assets ground for variation proved difficult to administer and difficult for our clients to understand. Well, what has proved difficult for my constituent Elizabeth is to obtain justice for the maintenance of her son. And what is difficult for Elizabeth to understand is why the state has chosen to prioritise its own administrative convenience above the interests of her child. The Work and Pension Select Committee inquiry into this issue has heard evidence from parents with other non-resident parents who have a lifestyle that does not match their declared income. But then CMS advised, well, go off to the HMRC and contact them on their fraud hotline, only then to be left in limbo because non-resident parents are not committing tax fraud but are avoiding child maintenance because they can hide behind their self-employed status. They've organised their financial affairs in a tax-efficient manner, that is to take income in forms other than earnings and beyond the reach of the CMS. One mother told Mumsnet how CMS advised her to accept £100 per month payment from my ex as employed, and it was the best I could hope for, regardless of her evidence that he was capable of paying more with a very successful business, multiple properties, and in her words, more physical assets than you could imagine. Gingerbread commend. Their Chief Executive, Fiona Weir, has said, Britain's child maintenance system is contributing to a culture where too many parents think it's optional rather than obligatory to pay their child's maintenance. So it can't be right, can it, that a haulier can avoid paying child maintenance because his relevant tax return year removed his liability. Now, why did it remove its liability? Why? Because in that year he'd bought a truck. The CMS should not allow the financial interests of a truck to come before a child. The state should not be an accessory to child maintenance avoidance. Now, the government rightly has its eye on the self-employed to make the tax system work for everyone, and it should include the child maintenance system as well. My bill will reform the CMS to correct its current failure to cater for the children of traders, company directors and those with financially complex affairs. The variation grounds previously available within the CSA scheme, whereby a notional income could be assumed where a paying parent's lifestyle was inconsistent with income, should be made available within the new CMS scheme. A new variation ground should be made available within the new scheme, whereby a notional income at a fair rate of interest can be assumed from an asset or assets capable of producing a reasonable level of return, where a paying parent has chosen to forego such income without good reason, bearing in mind their maintenance responsibilities for their children. My bill also will grant the court jurisdiction where the non-resident parent has assets or a lifestyle inconsistent with income and the CMS is unable or incapable of determining the child maintenance of support. Mr Speaker, whilst my bill admittedly comes at the very end of this Parliament, it may just help prompt the publication of the Government's spring report setting out the conclusions of the 30-month review into the progress of CMS and a statement on future policy. Back in 2012, the Noble Lord Freud said, "We will make clear our intentions, including a specific review on the position of the poorest parents." No doubt that would include the impact on poor families of the £20 fee, which my bill would seek to exempt. Gingerbread, who've led the campaign for single families, have found that child maintenance can lift a fifth of parents on low incomes out of poverty. But the lack of child maintenance should be another burning injustice for the government to tackle. Mr. Speaker, given the next motion, I appreciate this bill is probably the least likely ever to become law in its parliamentary session. Some may think, well, what's the point? Sit down, let's get on with the general election motion. Well, honourable friends supporting this bill, there is every point in highlighting on behalf of our constituents, and importantly for their children, the unfairness of the presence of the child. Mr. Speaker, may I indulge you? This may be an early bid for the Conservative Manifesto. It may also be an earlier, most public bid to be included in the next Queen's speech. Either way, I look forward to the return of a Conservative government delivering social justice with an improved and fair child maintenance system for all.
Order. The question is that the honourable gentleman have leave to bring in the bill. As many as I've been say aye. Aye. And the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Mr. Speaker, Heidi Allen, Suella Fernandez, Antoinette Sandbach, Cheryl Gillan, Caroline Spellman, Stephen McPartland, Tanya Mathias, Branil Jowadina, Nusrat Ghani, Nigel Adams and Kit Malthouse and me.
Mr. David Burrows.
Child Maintenance Assessment of Parents' Income Bill.
Second reading what day?
12th of May, I suppose.
I shall delete the last two words uttered by the honourable gentleman. 12th of May. We now come to the motion on the early parliamentary general election. To move the motion, I call the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I beg to move the motion on the order paper in my name and that of my right honourable friends. That motion confronts every member of this House with a clear and simple opportunity. A chance to vote for a general election that will secure the strong and stable leadership the country needs to see us through Brexit and beyond. It invites each one of us to do the right thing for Britain and to vote for an election that is in our country's national interest. My priority when I became Prime Minister was to provide the country with economic certainty, a clear vision and strong leadership after the long and passionately fought referendum campaign. This government has delivered on those priorities. Despite...
In the time-honoured fashion, my right honourable friend has called this election in what she considers and I consider to be the national interest at this moment. It will be a brave man or woman who votes against this motion, and therefore the Fixed Term Parliament Act is seen to be an emperor without clothes. It serves no purpose. Many of us have questioned it for many years. Will the first line of our be in our manifesto to scrap it?
Well, my honourable friend is trying to tempt me down a road. What is clear is that the Fixed Term Parliaments Act does give us an opportunity, notwithstanding the fixed term element of it, to have elections at another time. But it is, of course, for this House to vote for that election. But like my honourable friend, I think it is very clear that every member of this House should be voting for this election. If I just return to... I will take one more and then...
Prime Minister. The Prime Minister pledged time and time again not to call an early election. In her Easter message, she talked greatly of her Christian values. Could the Prime Minister explain, then, why she has such a loose and complicated relationship with telling the truth?
Order. The Prime Minister is perfectly well able to fend for herself, but in terms of order, what the honourable gentleman has said is a breach of it, and I must ask him. He's versatile in the use of language. He used to pen articles for newspapers. He's a journalist. Withdraw, man, and use some other formulation if you must.
Yeah. I'm very happy.
Withdraw.
Draw and reformulate. Why does the Prime Minister have such a complicated and loose relationship with giving the country a clear indication of her intentions?
The Prime Minister.
To say to the honourable gentleman, I think yesterday I've given the country a very clear indication of my intentions, and if he has a little patience, he will hear the reasons why I have done that. As I was saying, the government has delivered on the priorities that I set out last year. Despite predictions of immediate financial and economic danger, since the referendum we've seen consumer confidence remain high, record numbers of jobs and economic growth that has exceeded all expectations. Right. At the same time, we have delivered on the mandate we were handed by the referendum result by triggering Article 50 before the end of March, as we pledged to do. As a result, Britain is leaving the EU and there can be no turning back.
But doesn't it take some brass neck to call a general election when you're facing allegations of buying the last one?
I have to say that intervention was not worthy of the honourable gentleman.
Can the Prime Minister just clarify for us, does she support fixed-term parliaments?
We have a fixed-term Parliament Act that enables us to have fixed-term parliaments. I believe that at this point in time it is right for us to have this debate, to have this vote in this House, and I believe it is right for members of this House to vote, and I will explain why, for us to have a general election at this stage. No, I'm not going to take any further interventions for a while. This is a limited time debate, and honourable members wish to make their contributions. Today we face a new question: how best to secure the stability and certainty we need over the long term in order to get the right deal for Britain in Brexit negotiations and make the most of the opportunities ahead. And I've come to the conclusion that the answer to that question is to hold a general election now, in this window of opportunity before the negotiations begin. I believe it is in Britain's national interest to hold an election now. A general election is the best way to strengthen Britain's hand in the negotiations ahead, because securing the right deal for Britain is my priority, and I'm confident that we have the plan to do it. We have set out our ambition, a deep and special partnership between a strong and successful European Union and a United Kingdom that is free to chart its own way in the world. It means, just a minute, it means we will regain control of our own money, our own laws and our own borders, and we will be free to strike trade deals with old friends and new partners all around the world. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I'm very grateful to the Prime Minister for giving way, and I can understand that she wants to give the House the opportunity to determine whether there should be an election. But if the House then determines that now is the time, why is it that the Prime Minister stands in the face of the Scottish Parliament and the Scottish Government that have voted for a referendum on Scotland's future? If it's right that the people here have a voice and a vote on the future of this country, why shouldn't the Scottish people be given the vote as well?
Prime Minister!
Now is the time for a general election because it will strengthen our hand in the negotiations on Brexit. Now is not the time for a second Scottish independence referendum because it will weaken our hand in negotiations on Brexit. Strength and unity with the Conservatives, division and weakness with the Scottish Nationalists. This means that we will just make a little more progress. I believe this delivers on the will of the British people, our plan for Brexit. It's the right approach for Britain, and it will deliver a more secure future for our country and a better deal for all our people. But it is clear, Mr. Speaker, just a minute, that other parties in this House have a different view about the right future for our country, while members of the other place have vowed to fight the government every step of the way. I give way to my honourable friend.
Thank my right honourable friend for giving way. The people of Rossendale and Darwen in the referendum gave her and her government a mandate to exercise Article 50. She has done that. We are now grateful to have the opportunity to strengthen the Prime Minister's hand so she can go out there and get the best possible deal for people who live in Rossendale and Darwen, our manufacturers in Rossendale and Darwen, and every family in Rossendale and Darwen.
My honourable friend has absolutely right, and we should be united in this Parliament in wanting to get that best possible deal, not just for the country as a whole, but for everybody across the whole of this country. And I commend my honourable friend for the work that he has done in Rossendale and Darwen in supporting his constituents on this. I will give way to the right honourable gentleman, and then I will make progress.
I can see how it suits the Prime Minister's purposes to make this election all about Brexit. But can she accept the possibility that it may just become a referendum on her cuts, which have left older people without care, schools sending begging letters to parents, and a record number of homeless people on the streets of Greater Manchester?
Prime Minister. Well, I have to say to the right honourable gentleman, of course, the general election, when we come into the campaign, people will be looking at a wide range of issues. They will look at the fact that pensioners are £1,250 a year better off because of the actions of the Conservative government. They will look at the fact that we have 1.8 million more children in good or outstanding schools. But if the right honourable gentleman wants to talk about impact on the economy, I suggest he searches in his memory for the time he spent as Chief Secretary to the Treasury when Labour were trashing the economy of this country and leading us to virtual bankruptcy. Mr. Speaker, no, I'm going to make some progress. Mr. Speaker, I have set out the divisions that have become clear on this issue. They can and will be used against us, weakening our hand in the negotiations to come, and we must not let that happen. I believe that at this moment of enormous national significance, there should be unity here in Westminster, not division. And that's why it's the right and responsible thing for all of us here today to vote for a general election, to make our respective cases to the country, and then to respect the result and the mandate it provides to give Britain the strongest possible hand in the negotiations to come. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Very grateful. In the last election, the Conservatives gave a manifesto commitment to stay in the single market. Will she be withdrawing that commitment in the new manifesto? And if she does, won't that weaken her negotiating position as well as removing 2 months from the negotiation window?
Well, we gave a commitment in the last manifesto to provide the people of the United Kingdom with a vote on whether or not to leave the European Union. We gave them that vote. That was supported by Parliament. We gave them that vote, and they gave a clear message that they want the United Kingdom to leave the European Union. It's exactly what we were going to do.
Extremely grateful to the Prime Minister, and I fully support the fact that she needs a stronger hand going into the negotiations as we leave the European Union. Does she not think it perverse that some people who didn't want a referendum in the first place now want a second referendum at the very end of the procedure, just in case that the British government doesn't get a good deal from Brussels? Doesn't she believe that if we were to have that second referendum, it would deeply weaken the position of the Prime Minister in the negotiations she has with the European Union?
Minister. My honourable friend is absolutely right in his description of what would happen. And I think, for those who say they want a second referendum, actually that is denying the will of the people, because people voted for us to leave the European Union, and we are going to go out there and get the best possible deal. Waiting to hold the next election in 2020 as scheduled would mean the negotiations would reach their most difficult and sensitive stage, just as an election was looming on the horizon. A general election will provide the country with 5 years of strong and stable leadership to see us through the negotiations and ensure we're able to go on to make a success as a result. And that is crucial. That is the test. It's not solely about how we leave the European Union, but what we do with the opportunity that Brexit provides that counts. Leaving the EU offers us a unique, once-in-a-generation opportunity to shape a brighter future for Britain. We need the leadership provided by a strong and stable government to seize it. A government that has a plan for a stronger Britain. A government with the determination to see it through. And a government that will take the right long-term decisions that will deliver a more secure future for Britain. The Conservative Party I lead is determined to be that government. I give way.
Is the Prime Minister at all concerned that, having tried her best to build up a reputation for political integrity, both as Home Secretary and Prime Minister, she is now seen after all the denials there will be a snap election, simply as a political opportunist.
I've not denied the fact that when I came into this role as Prime Minister, I was clear that what the country needed was stability, and they also needed a government that was going to show that it would deliver on the vote people had taken in the referendum on leaving the EU. We have provided that for over the last 9 months. Now it is clear to me that if we are going to have the strongest possible hand in negotiation, we should have an election now. As I've just said, leaving the election to 2020 would mean that we would be coming to the most sensitive and critical part of the negotiations in the run-up to a general election, and that would be in nobody's interest. Mr. Speaker, I said that the Conservative Party that I lead is determined to be that government that has the determination to see through its plan for a stronger Britain. We're determined to provide that leadership, determined to bring stability to the United Kingdom for the long term, and that's what this election will be about: leadership and stability.
I thank the Prime Minister for giving way. Does the Prime Minister, like me, appreciate decisiveness, and does she agree that voting yes in this motion signifies strength, whereas abstaining is a symbol of weakness?
Well, I have to say to my honourable friend, I think absolutely that voting yes is a sign of strength. I would say a little more about abstaining, but I think anybody who abstains and thinks we shouldn't have a general election presumably is endorsing the record of the Conservative government that we see. So
I'm very grateful for the Prime Minister for giving way. Would she agree with the Lord Hill, who was a commissioner in Europe, when asked in front of the Foreign Affairs Committee what the best strategy for negotiation is? His response is that we have to come together because our interlocutors will be watching this place and they will absolutely exploit any weakness in our political system.
No, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and I'm grateful to him for reminding us what Lord Hill, with his experience, said in relation to this issue. It is important that we come together, that we don't show the divisions that have been suggested in the past, and that we're able to show a strong mandate for a plan for Brexit and for making a success of that. And we're determined to bring stability to the United Kingdom for the long term, and that's what this election will be about: leadership and stability. And the decision facing the country will be clear. I will be campaigning for strong and stable leadership in the national interest with me as Prime Minister, and I will be asking for the public support to continue to deliver my plan for a stronger Britain, to lead the country through the next 5 years and to give the country the certainty and stability that we need. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Prime Minister for giving way. On the timetable before yesterday, the Prime Minister would have concluded her negotiation by 2019. We would have gone into the general election 2020 on a year later, talking about the Prime Minister's deal. That would have given the country an outlook as to what they would be voting for. The Prime Minister is asking the country to strengthen her hand. What she's actually doing, does she not agree, is asking the country to vote for a blank cheque.
No, we're not asking the country to write a blank cheque. We've been very clear about what we intend in terms of the outcome of the negotiations. I set that out in my Lancaster House speech in January. It's been set out in the White Paper. It's been set out in the Article 50 letter that when we triggered Article 50 and submitted that to the President of the European Council. But, Mr. Speaker, I say to the House that the choice before us today is clear. I've made my choice. It's to do something that runs through the veins of my party more than any other. It's a choice to trust the people. So let us vote to do that today. Let us lay out our plans for Brexit. Let us put forth our plans for the future of this great country. Let us put our fate in the hands of the people, and then let the people decide.
The question is that there shall be an early parliamentary general election. Mr. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We welcome the opportunity of a general election because it gives the British people the chance to vote for a Labour government that will put the interests of the majority first. The Prime Minister says she's only recently and reluctantly decided to go for a snap election. Just 4 weeks ago, the Prime Minister's spokesperson said, and I quote, "There isn't going to be an early general election. How can any voter trust what the Prime Minister says? Mr. Speaker, Britain is being held back by her government. The Prime Minister talks about a strong economy, but the truth is most people are worse off than they were when the Conservatives came to power 7 years ago. The election gives the British people the chance to change direction. This election is about her government's failure to rebuild the economy and living standards for the majority. It is about the crisis her government has plunged our National Health Service into. The cuts to our children's schools, which will limit the chances of every child in Britain, 4 million of whom now live in poverty. A chance of an alternative to raise living standards, as more and more people do not have security in their work or over their housing. I give way to my friend, the member for Stoke-on-Trent.
Which one?
Mr. Gareth Snell!
Let's go, Gareth.
Snell!
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, I try not to take it personally that having arrived so early, the Prime Minister is that desperate to get rid of me, she's calling an election. But what I would say, my honourable friend, would my honourable friend agree that the Prime Minister, in calling this election, has essentially said she doesn't have confidence in her own government to deliver a Brexit deal for Britain? And one way she could secure the votes of me and my honourable friends is to table a motion of no confidence in her own government, which I will happily vote for.
I thank my friend for that intervention. I congratulate him on his election to this House, and I congratulate him on his work, and I agree with him. I have no confidence in this government either. Well, in the interests of unity in Stoke-on-Trent, what else can I do?
There's 5 towns, don't forget. Six. I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. He highlighted the fact that the Prime Minister, for 12 months, dithered over whether she would want an election and all the time said she didn't want one. But isn't the reality that what has focused her mind is the fact that she may well lose some of her backbenchers if the CPS have their way?
I thank my friend for that intervention. The timing of the election and the role of the CPS is, of course, extremely interesting in this, and it's interesting the Prime Minister did not mention it during her contribution. Mr. Speaker, I'll give way to the gentleman here.
I'm most grateful to the Leader of the Opposition to give way. He talks about trust in leaders. What trust can the public put in a leader who has no confidence from his parliamentary colleagues and is in place by people who are not in Parliament but from people who are outside?
Mr. Speaker, I was elected leader of my party by 300,000 votes. I don't know how many people voted for the Prime Minister to be leader of her party. I suspect it was actually none whatsoever. So, Mr. Speaker, to the 6 million people working in jobs that pay less than the living wage, I simply say this: it doesn't have to be like this, because Labour believes that every job should pay a wage you can live on, and every worker should have decent rights at work. To the millions of people who can't afford a home of their own or have spent years waiting for a council home, this is your chance to vote for the home your family deserves. Because we believe a housing policy should provide homes for all, not investment opportunities for a few. To the millions of small businesses fed up with red tape of quarterly reporting, hikes in business rates, broken promises on national insurance contributions, this is your chance to vote for a government that invests and that supports wealth creators, not just the wealth extractors. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister says she's called the election so the government can negotiate Brexit. We had a referendum that established that mandate. Parliament has voted to accept that result. There is no obstacle to the government negotiating. But instead of getting on with the job, she's painting herself as the prisoner of the Lib Dems, who apparently have threatened to grind government to a standstill. Mr. Speaker, there are 9 of them, and they managed to vote 3 different ways on Article 50. So it's obviously a very serious threat indeed. The Tories want to use Brexit to turn us into a low-wage tax haven. Labour will use Brexit to invest in every part of this country, to create a high-wage, high-skill economy in which everyone shares the rewards. The Prime Minister also says, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister also says this campaign will be about leadership. So then let's have a head-to-head TV debate about the future of our country. Why has she rejected that request? Labour, Mr. Speaker, Labour offers a better future. We want richer lives for all, not a country run for the rich.
Order. Giving way to the right honourable gentleman. The honourable gentleman. Order. 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 I've known the right honourable gentleman for more than 30 years, since we stood against each other in a student election. He's not going to take it personally. He's not going to take it personally. But order. But the right honourable gentleman has completed his speech. If the right honourable gentleman wants to raise a point, if I'll hear it with courtesy. Mr. Mark Francois.
On a point of order. Is that it?
Let me. Well, it's very generous of the right honourable gentleman to seek to invest me with additional powers. But the question of whether it's it, as he put it, is not a matter for me, it was a matter for the right honourable gentleman. And the right honourable gentleman has completed his contribution. Sir Desmond Swain.
Mr. Speaker, I accept entirely the logic that was laid out by my right honourable friend at her statement yesterday in Downing Street. What I can say, however, is that I reached that conclusion somewhat earlier. However, I just did not believe it was possible to deliver. Indeed, I found myself discombobulated by a reversal in government policy for the second time in a few weeks. Having told the readers of the Forest Journal in terms that there was no question of there being an early general election because it was not in the Prime Minister's gift to deliver it. Because of the Fixed Term Act, that decision lies with a majority of 2/3 of the members of the House of Commons. And as I told them with absolute confidence, turkeys will not vote for Christmas. I congratulate my right honourable friend for having achieved the impossible and secured the fact that today those turkeys will indeed vote for that. The reason why I reached the opinion that I did, that an election was necessary, was firstly, during the passage and the debate on the Article 50 bill, member after member opposite got up and announced their recantation, that notwithstanding having voted to remain, they were now going to abide by the will of their constituents. Yet at every opportunity, they cheered to the rafters those few who spoke out and said that they remained with the 48% and believed that so proceeding, as events unfolded, that 48% would become a majority. They pursued a strategy of desperation, a strategy of hang on, something might turn up, whether that something was the long-promised economic shock or whatever. But that strategy of hang on requires an essential ingredient: delay. And delay was the tactic that they clearly pursued throughout the proceeding of that bill with the amendments that they tabled. And they promised that there would be more. Now, with respect to the other place is not bound currently in respect of the government's policy by the Salisbury Convention. My honourable friend, the member for North Norfolk, and I were invited to debate in front of a city audience recently the motion that the United Kingdom is leaving the EU. And two peers, highly respected peers, Lord Butler, former Cabinet Secretary, and Lord Leicester, one of our premier human rights lawyers, argued the case that we would not leave the European Union because they were in a position to prevent it and would do so. It is essential, therefore, I believe, that the policy that the Prime Minister has announced of pursuing a general election and securing a mandate in this House and a mandate to bind the other House in respect of the Salisbury Convention is absolutely necessary. I am confident that she will achieve that majority, because I'm confident that she will be backed by the overwhelming majority of this nation who, as I, and she will know, that I voted for every other possible candidate for the leadership of the Tory party last year in order to avoid her becoming the leader. I have to tell her that I have become her greatest fan. And as my constituents recognise and can tell me continually, she is doing magnificently, and may she long continue to do so.
Mr. Angus Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has said that she wants unity, and she has said that she wants an end to division, and she intends to do that by crushing opposition, with political opponents described as saboteurs, something I invited her earlier to take a distance from, but she was not prepared to. This is not a vision or an understanding of mainstream democracy that I share with the Prime Minister. For months we have heard from her that now is not the time for the public to vote, that no one wants it, that it's important to get on with the day job. We've been told that the Prime Minister needs to concentrate all of her time on Brexit negotiations, and that nothing should get in the way. But now, as we have all learned in the last 24 hours, all of that was empty rhetoric. And there are two key reasons why there is going to be a general election. And the first is totally politically expedient. It is about the woeful, unelectable state of the Labour Party. And that is a reason of political expediency to hold an election. It is about not wanting to repeat the political error that Gordon Brown made, and the Prime Minister wants to receive her own electoral mandate and crush political opposition in England. The second reason for holding an early general election is that it's finally dawned on the UK government that the Brexit negotiations are going to be very, very difficult. And the realities of the hard Brexit that the Prime Minister is pursuing has not yet fully dawned on the public. And as one commentator wrote, just in a moment, if I can make some progress on this point, as one commentator wrote today, the EU is not going to roll over and give the UK free and frictionless access to the internal market. The Prime Minister is cutting and running, getting a vote in before the reality of hard Brexit hits home. And can I tell the Prime Minister that while she thinks that she can get her way with all of this against the Labour Party in England, she will not get away with this in Scotland.
I thank him for giving way. On the subject of hard Brexit, does he agree with me that it is incumbent on those who are advocating it to set out very clearly what their assessment of the impact on jobs is going to be of us coming out of the single market, and the customs union.
Of course, that would be an opportunity in a normal general election campaign where party leaders actually debate the issues and their record for them to add. But there's been an interesting development since the debate. So I've noticed colleagues looking at their mobile phones, because ITV's confirmed that there is going to be a leaders' debate. And I'm just interested, I'm looking around, there are a number of other party leaders in the chamber. I'm looking at the leader of the opposition. Is the leader of the opposition intending to take part in the debate? I suspect he probably will take part in a television debate. No doubt the leader of the Liberal Democrats and the leader of the Green Party. And colleagues, I'll make my point here. It is unsustainable in the 21st century, in the multimedia age, to go to the country and not to debate the leaders of the notion that the UK Prime Minister might be empty-chaired because she's not prepared to stand up for her arguments is just not sustainable. Perhaps she would wish that the honourable gentleman who's seeking to intervene might take her place instead.
As I said in the House, Mr. Speaker, yesterday, I hope that the Prime Minister does go head-to-head with the leaders of other parties. It's quite simple, Mr. Speaker. She would floor them all.
No, she wouldn't. I don't think she would manage that with Nicola Sturgeon. But I am surprised, and I welcome what the honourable gentleman had to say in encouragement to the Prime Minister, because I think the public deserves a debate, more than one debate, during the election campaign, and I think the Prime Minister should have some more confidence in herself. I think she should be prepared to address the country and to debate the ideas that all the different political parties across the UK have. But we have already learned, of course, in Scotland, that the Prime Minister is prepared to ignore the mandate and wishes of the Scottish electorate, of the Scottish Parliament, and of the Scottish Government. So why would anyone in Scotland, I need to make some progress, so why would anyone in Scotland vote for such a dismissive and disrespectful party and Prime Minister? I need to make some progress. Time is limited. I will try and take some interventions later. The Prime Minister promised that she would have a unified approach with all the devolved governments, an agreement, before triggering Brexit. She didn't. She broke her word. And as we have learnt in recent weeks in connection with the appalling rape clause, the one thing that the Scottish Tories don't like talking about is Tory policy. But this election will highlight the dangers to Scotland of unfettered Tory Westminster government. And we live in one of the most unequal countries in the developed world, but the Tories want to make it even more unfair. Experts say that their policies will cause the largest increase in inequality since the days of Margaret Thatcher. They want to happy to give way to the Leader of the Green.
I'm grateful to him for giving way. Does he agree with me that if this election is, as the Prime Minister says, about a more secure future for this country, if it is an election of such national significance, we should have an urgent change in the law to give Britain's 1.5 million 16 and 17-year-olds a say in what will be very much their future on the 8th of June?
As somebody who gave his maiden speech about enfranchising 16 and 17-year-olds, I totally agree with the Honourable Lady. It is again unsustainable that young people have been given the vote for some elections and referenda, but should be denied it in others. I give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Most grateful to the right honourable gentleman giving way. He will be aware that the Supreme Court made it abundantly clear, and all the judges decided on a unanimous basis, that issues concerning Brexit negotiations should be determined by this House, which represents the whole of the United Kingdom, and that this was not an issue to be decided by any of the devolved institutions. Which bit of that does the right honourable gentleman have a problem in understanding?
The thing I have a difficulty understanding is the commitment that the Prime Minister gave. She gave it when she came to Edinburgh. It was on the front page of the House Journal of the Conservative Party, the Daily Telegraph. It was there in terms that she wanted to seek a UK-wide approach, an agreement with the government. So the honourable gentleman might wish to rewrite history, but the Prime Minister gave a commitment to reach an agreement. She did not reach an agreement. Mr. Speaker, the Fixed Term Parliament Act was supposed to stop political parties abusing their position and putting party before country. Today, the Tories are going to do just that, and sadly, the Labour Party is going to vote with the Tories and make life easy for them. We on these benches will not vote with the Tories, but given the realities that the Labour Party is going to be voting with the Tories, there will be a general election, and boy, we look forward to that. Because in Scotland,
not done to your tune. Mr. Morris, normally you've got a very emollient manner. You're a very restrained individual, bordering upon the cerebral. But you become rather overexcited. Calm yourself. Take some sort of soothing medicament. It will have a beneficial impact upon you. Mr. Angus Robertson.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. In Scotland, the general election will be a two-horse race. It'll be a straight fight between the SNP and the Tories. And do I think that mainstream Scots, regardless of whether they voted Remain or Leave, will vote for a hard Tory Brexit? No, I don't. Will most mainstream Scots vote for more austerity and cuts to public services? No, I don't. And will most Scots vote for a party that is actively undermining the mandate already given by the voters in a Scottish general election for people in Scotland to determine their own future? No, I do not. We on these benches will work hard for every vote in every seat in Scotland. And, Mr. Speaker, we look forward to defeating the Tories in this general election.
There are at least 10 people wanting to speak. We have less than an hour. Members can do the arithmetic for themselves, and it would be appreciated if each member would help other members, tailoring his or her contribution accordingly. Mrs Anne Main.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the courage that the Prime Minister has shown in taking this question to the public. Who is it they're expecting to lead the country for the next 5 years? I have to say, having followed the last speaker, I can honestly assure the public it will not be the Right Honourable Gentleman for Moray. I think the public will be having to think long and hard, because Brexit is happening. This is not about... No, this is very time limited. I'd like everybody to get a chance to speak. This is not about us in here. This is about delivering the future for the British public that they deserve. This is about delivering the best possible outcome for this country as we leave the European Union. And I know that when we have that election on June the 8th, there will be individual members here who may well find themselves in difficulties with their constituency for whatever reasons they've expressed about the leadership. I am proud to be standing behind a Prime Minister who has made it brutally clear that this is not about making games in this place. This is about delivering a Brexit that is the good of the European... that is not just for... Well, it is for the good of the European Union as well. I have to say, getting our relationship with the European Union in the future is going to be hugely important. But this is going to be a question that will be posed in constituencies. Of the leaders that could be the Prime Minister, that is what we're going to be asking the country. Does this country believe that the leader for Islington North could lead this country? I suspect the large number of his colleagues on his own backbenches would say no, and I would suggest that the businesses in my constituency would equally say no. Does the leader for Westmoreland and Lonsdale, whose voting records and attendance in this House, along with his colleagues, is generally pretty low. There are 2 here today. There were none here to vote on the budget yesterday. Does he really believe that he can lead this country? I suggest no. I would suggest the British public, when they are looking who to vote for on the 8th of June, will look forward with confidence to a Prime Minister with an increased mandate to take us through to the next 5 years. And I am delighted that she is giving this opportunity to the country to examine our record. In St Albans, since 2010, 73% youth unemployment, a drop. An extra... I can hear again, it's interesting for the third-place Liberal Democrats, who's in my constituency, who I have to say I hear nothing from in the House defending St Albans. It's very surprising, Mr Speaker, that they are more interested in campaigning and less interested in running the country. This party, our government, has taken a strong stance. And in St Albans, as I said, Mr Speaker, there are 2/3 reduction in youth unemployment since 2010. There are 76% increase in young people going into apprenticeships. Those are the records that we will be putting to the public. Brexit is happening. We are going to make the best of it, and I believe our Prime Minister will not have to suffer 100 unelected Liberal Democrats in the other place and 9 in this place who rarely turn up, trying to tug the tail of this Prime Minister. We need to make the future secure. No, I'm going to finish my remarks now. We need to make the future secure for all our young people, for all our families. And this game playing in this place does a disservice to the British public. They're probably fed up with having elections anyway, but let's get on and get a mandate for our Prime Minister. Please, to the Honourable Lady, the public do not respect the fact that people yell from the back benches. She can speak up for her own leader, her own manifesto and her own party, and why she believes her own leader for Islington North will be the person to take the country through for the next 5 years. I would not share her confidence, but she obviously has a lot of confidence in his capabilities. I will conclude my remarks to say that I know that this government, which has delivered so much already and has so much more to deliver, will have a resonance with the British public when they look at what's on offer from the other parties who are divided, they are wrangling, they're scaremongering, and they're in Brexit denial. This government will give us the best deal for all of our businesses and all of our constituencies.
Yeah.
Tim Farron.
Mr. Speaker, appropriate time to be called. And I noticed a tweet from David Cameron, the former Prime Minister, I'm sure we all remember fondly, earlier welcoming the Prime Minister's decision to call an early election, given that we are in this mess, in one sense, as a country, because he put party before country in calling the referendum when he did. It is hardly surprising, hardly surprising that the Prime Minister should follow him and indeed choose to put party before country once again. Let's remember that give me a moment. For the moment that she took office, the Prime Minister has ignored the closeness of the referendum vote, has pursued the hardest form of Brexit, driving division instead of cohesion. She has ignored the British people, British businesses, the British public sector and the National Health Service. And now, in what is clearly another act of putting one's party before one's country, she has chosen an early election. Let's not buy this nonsense. Not because she needs a mandate to deliver Brexit. The Labour Party has given her a mandate to deliver Brexit. She is acting upon the narrow majority of the referendum in 2016. Not for the moment. But let us all be very, very honest and clear about this. She has chosen this election because she looked across the dispatch box and she could not resist the temptation of doing the political equivalent of taking candy from a baby and facing a Labour Party in a general election. She expects a coronation and not a contest. And that is why the Liberal Democrats relish the challenge of a general election. I will give to my neighbour.
I'm very grateful for him giving way. Given what he's just said about a coronation, will he rule out a coalition with the Conservatives?
Yeah. Ah. Do you know, the great problem
we
face in this country is that the Prime Minister is running on the expectation there will be no need for any form of coalition with anybody. The Prime Minister has called this general election in good time. Will call this general election in order to take advantage of what she thinks is a clear opportunity for a majority of 100 or more. I've accepted the gentleman's intervention.
What's the answer?
I've accepted the intervention. And it is very clear that we're not talking about balanced parliament. The Prime Minister takes the view that in calling this election is the opportunity for her to have a 100-seat majority, an opportunity to drive through not just a hard Brexit, but indeed her agenda to slim down a National Health Service, to slim down...
Order. There's a rather disorderly atmosphere. The honourable member for Unhillian and Yar is undertaking an apprenticeship to become a statesman. But he has several modules and some years to go. He must calm himself. He's listening to one. A statesman, Mr. Farron.
To answer the heckles from my friend of many years standing down below me, the reality is we are not looking at a balanced parliament. The Prime Minister has clearly, I think I've given you your answer. The Prime Minister has clearly called this election on the understanding that she can reach swayed numbers and give herself a majority that will allow her to do not for the time being. Thank you. But to allow herself to deliver the hardest form of Brexit, to shrink our National Health Service, to undermine the support for our education, and indeed to take us out of the single market. Now,
come on, Tim.
If you want to avoid a hard Brexit, if you want to keep Britain in the single market, if you want a Britain that has a decent opposition, then only the Liberal Democrats will give you the final say. Can I just point out? May I point out? There is only one route, Mr. Speaker. There is only one route to the Prime Minister losing this general election, and it is a Liberal Democrat route. And I am happy to explain. I'm happy to explain why that may be the case. No, there is not that much time. Let me move on. Let me explain why the only route through which Theresa May, the Prime Minister, could lose her majority as a Liberal Democrat is unless my friends and colleagues here on the SNP benches are about to launch an aggressive foreign policy, they can only gain one seat off the Conservative Party. Nobody believes, not even the Labour Party believes, the Labour Party will be gaining seats at this general election. So the only outcome of this election that does not lead to a Conservative majority is the Liberal Democrats' revival and growth in every part of this country. The government has already stated that it will not outline its negotiating stance any further than the damp rhetoric we have already seen. We say that that is not good enough. If they will not tell us what they are pursuing, they must instead trust the people with their say on the final deal. The Prime Minister has already confirmed that she will not do any TV debates, preferring to cower behind the hard right pages of the Brexit press than stand up and present her case to the British people. Yes, I'll give way.
Mr. Speaker, to help the honourable gentleman, I think he may have misheard my honourable friend who asked him a straight question. We have a word in Scotland. It's fearty. Don't be one. Give us a straight answer. Will you rule out a coalition with the Tories? Yes or no?
Yes or no. The outcome of this general election is uncertain, and in the days and weeks to come, we will no doubt talk about what will happen after. We will no doubt. The honourable gentlemen below need to, who are pushing me, I'm sure, need to be a little bit patient, and their patience will be at some point rewarded, as will my honourable near neighbour.
I don't think the honourable member gave a straight answer to that question, so let's try another question. A lot of his views will be asked about over the next 7 weeks, and he was asked one question which he refused to give an answer to, and I'd be interested if he could today. Does the honourable member think that being gay is a sin?
So I do not. And I tell you what, I am very proud to have gone through that lobby behind the honourable gentleman there in the coalition government where the Liberal Democrats introduced gay marriage, equal marriage, and indeed did not go as far as it should have done in terms of recognising transgender rights. However, there is much more to be done, and if we campaign in this election, as we will, for an open, tolerant, united society, then we need to make sure that we do not in any way be complacent about LGBT rights, not just here, but in other parts of the world, particularly, in particular, what is going on in Chechnya at the moment. But let me just say this. Let me say this. Do you know what? I won't. Thank you. Let's move on and finish. There are other people. I'm flattered that some people want to know my views. I will put myself up for a leaders' debate with the right honourable gentleman, the right honourable Leader of the Opposition and others. Even if the Prime Minister doesn't, you can have more chance to scrutinise me then. The reality is, though, that what we had in a referendum last June was a vote to start the process and give indeed the Prime Minister a mandate to negotiate Brexit. What was not given is a mandate to give this Prime Minister the right to enact any old deal at the end of the process. And that I won't. At the end of the process. What the Prime Minister is asking for now is a blank cheque to allow the British people to put up with whatever stitch-up she and the Brussels bureaucrats put together over the next 2 years. That is not democracy. And an election that takes place on the 8th of June will not decide their outcome. It will be about imposing upon the British people a deal that absolutely nobody voted for. So yes, the Liberal Democrats welcome this opportunity to show the British people that there is another way. But the values of tolerance, of openness and fairness can help build vibrant and successful communities and opportunities across the whole of the United Kingdom and beyond. The government has made it clear that this is not the Britain that they believe in. They have chosen isolation over cooperation, meanness over fairness. I believe in a better Britain, and that is why, Mr. Speaker, we will support this motion.
Order. On account of the level of interest, and given that there are only just over 37 minutes to go, I'm going to impose a 3-minute limit on backbench speeches with immediate effect. Mr. Peter Bone.
I hope I can take up less time. It was a great honour to follow the honourable gentleman who speaks to the Liberal Democrats. I had hoped, sir, to agree with him on one thing in his speech. I'd hoped he'd have ruled out coming into us in a coalition, because I can tell you from these benches there is no chance that we would want you, sir, in our coalition or any government. Sir, today the party politics is in full swing, but really, sir, this is a good day for Parliament. This is another slight step towards parliamentary democracy rather than dictate by the executive. The Prime Minister has not called a general election. It is this House that will decide whether there will be a general election. If I thought for one moment that this election had been called... In a moment, sir. If I thought for one moment that this election had been called for party political reasons to go early to the country, as happened with previous governments chose the moment to go for political advantage. It gave great power to the executive. A strange number of circumstances have come together. We've had a change in the Prime Minister, but we've not only had a change in the Prime Minister, we've had a change in all the senior ministers, and we moved from a government that was anti-Brexit to pro-Brexit. And that is why I will cast my vote today in support of the government motion. And it's up to every member in this House to make that decision. And I think that proves that the Fixed Parliament Act is working, and I absolutely, if members disagree, they can vote again. Of course, the honourable gentleman.
Thank you very much. I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. He said that it's Parliament that will decide. But the Prime Minister went on television yesterday declaring across the world, staking her reputation, that there would be a general election. If Parliament does not, if she does not get the two-thirds, the 422 MPs, should the Prime Minister resign after such a public humiliation?
Mr. Speaker, that's the whole advantage of the Parliament Act. If the House does not agree to the general election, it won't happen, and the government will continue in office. Now, of course, opposition members that don't want a general election will be very strange creatures indeed. But also, sir, of course, opposition members that sit on their hands and don't vote will be regarded as impotent members of Parliament. So I hope the honourable gentleman will make his mind up and cast his vote one way or the other. Sir.
Honourable friend for giving way, but isn't that why the Fixed Term Parliament Act can never work? Because no opposition can sensibly say that they prefer a government they oppose to continue in office rather than having the chance of defeating it. And therefore the Fixed Term Parliament Act does not fit within our constitution and ought to go.
Very, very rarely, sir, I'm going to disagree with my honourable friend. I think it is proof today that it is working, that I believe we will have the required majority. I understand, sir, that if nobody objects and you decide the matter on the voices, it in fact is carried, and we don't have to actually have two-thirds, which I think is a strange anomaly, but I hope somebody will shout no and we'll actually get it. But I will not be doing that today, because as you know, you have to follow your... how you vote has to follow your voice, and I would never dream of doing anything other than that. So I just think, despite the party politics, this is a great day for Parliament, and it's a small step forward in parliamentary democracy.
Mr Nigel Dodds.
Mr Speaker, there are three issues I want to address in the very short time available to me. And the first is that this election is happening in the midst of political discussions in Northern Ireland about the formation of an executive. That's unfortunate. I want to make it very clear that as far as our party is concerned, we respond positively to the Secretary of State's request for discussions to continue in Northern Ireland. We have made it very clear, along with, I think, the SDLP and the Ulster Unionists, that we are ready to form an executive in Northern Ireland. We do not believe in setting red lines or preconditions about things that are more important in the views of others than health, education, funding, the future of our province and public services. We believe those things are far more important than some of the issues that are now said to divide us. So we are ready to get that executive up and running today, next week, whenever. We don't need prolonged negotiations. The second thing I want to say, Mr Speaker, is that in terms of the Brexit, Northern Ireland's position is different from other parts of the United Kingdom. That has been made clear in the government's paper that it has set out. It has recognised the special circumstances. We believe it's absolutely imperative that Northern Ireland's voice is heard very, very strongly. That's why it's such a tragedy that Sinn Féin has walked away from the executive, collapsed the Assembly, forced us into an unnecessary Assembly election, boycotts this place, and then demands a special status which has been rejected by the Irish Republic, the European Union, and even the European Parliament when it set out its negotiating position. Nobody accepts some kind of special status. They want, and we agree with, special arrangements which recognise the special circumstances of Northern Ireland. So, Mr Speaker, it is absolutely essential in the election that is now going to happen. People in Northern Ireland recognise there is a clear choice between a party that has walked away and abandoned its responsibilities on a number of fronts, and a party that will enter government in Northern Ireland, takes its seats here, contributes and raises its voice and stands up for Northern Ireland. And the final thing, Mr Speaker, I want to say is this, that on the big issue about going forward in terms of this country, this election will provide clarity. It will provide clarity on the union, the union that really matters, the union of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And on that issue, Mr Speaker, again, the people of Northern Ireland will have a clear choice. They will have a clear choice as to whether or not they will want to rally round and say very, very firmly that they want Northern Ireland to remain part of the United Kingdom, or whether they want to go down the route presented by Sinn Féin, which is this Marxist-Leninist concept of a republic, which has been rejected even by most people who accept their nationalism, but reject what they stand for in terms of their economic outlook and all the rest of it. And the only way to support the union is by rallying behind the Democratic Unionist Party on the 8th of June.
Speaker, the Prime Minister presents herself, to adapt a phrase from Mr Tony Blair, as a pretty straight sort of a person. She is a former Home Secretary. I'm glad to see the Home Secretary in the place. She is a former Home Secretary. She knows full well the value of evidence, as it is proved. So, firstly, she was initially in favour of leaving the European Union, an honest and honourable stance, even if I disagree with her. Then she was in favour of remaining in the European Union, though something of a shrinking violet in that support. Now she is resolute again in her determination to leave. Secondly, she was utterly opposed to holding an early general election. It would be a distraction, turning in on domestic matters when she had important and time-limited international negotiations to conclude. And now, hey-ho, she is equally determined that a general election we must have. Mr Speaker, against the European Union, for the European Union, then against again. Against holding a general election, and now determined to have a general election. Mr Speaker, the record is about as straight as the legendary European Union banana. Briefly.
I'm grateful to does he agree with me that the Prime Minister today repeatedly says that she wants an early election to produce a larger Tory majority? Does the honourable member agree with me that the Prime Minister is treating the electorate of the United Kingdom with contempt because she assumes the election will result in a larger Tory majority, and she admits thereby she has no plan at all for this country if she does not get that result?
The member for that intervention. I have no crystal ball. I know the disarray, unfortunately, on the party literally to my right, and who knows what the outcome would be. But I am suspicious of the Prime Minister's motives and her reasoning. She says that a general election would enhance the status with the other 27, for example, and I cannot see how that might be the case. However, Mr Speaker, just to turn briefly to what I do think the Prime Minister's motives are, and I think they are pretty clear, they are in fact pretty straight, is not only about the destruction of the Labour Party as a credible opposition over the next decade or so, unfortunately, and I'm afraid they are doing a pretty effective demolition job on themselves without her help. And it is not only about raising a challenge to my friends in Scotland, though I think in this case, her case is already lost. No, Mr Speaker, this election is about seeing off not her opponents on this side of the House, but rather her enemies behind her. As ever with the Tories, desperate disunity papered over whilst it suits. But to get on very briefly, Mr Speaker, my party, Plaid Cymru, welcomes the opportunity this election presents to the people of Wales. We welcome the opportunity for the people of Wales to change our course in the long term, away from Labour's leaden governments in Cardiff, away from this hyper-centralised and heedless government in London, cutting our own path towards economic regeneration and prosperity, social justice and a proper, confident place for Wales in the world.
Winnick.
If the Prime Minister had, when taking that office, has said we want this government, led by herself, wants a general election, there would be less controversy than there is at the moment. Yep. But it's denial. At every opportunity, she herself, or those who spoke for the Prime Minister, denied there was going to be a general election. When was the general election? They were asked, and the answer was quite clear: 2020. There's no great public demand for a general election. How many members of this House have received in the last few weeks or in the last few days letters and emails clamouring for a general election? Hands up! Hands up! No, Mr Speaker, it's absolutely clear from the Tory benches there's been no such demand. And the reason given by the Prime Minister, I won't because of lack of time, for a general election, Brexit, it's feeble, it's a flimsy excuse, and it's not taken in by anyone. Now, my honourable friend said the government shouldn't be complacent about getting a large majority. Indeed, hopefully they won't receive such a large majority. But when you consider the harm done to the people in need, to the disabled, to the vulnerable, to the low-paid in employment, when this government has had a small majority, just imagine what would happen if there was a large Tory majority. It would be a nightmare, an absolute nightmare for those who we represent, millions of people in this country that needs the government to protect them and not to harm them. And that's not going to come from a Tory government, either with a small and certainly not with a large majority. I was here during the Tory government of the 1980s, and I saw only too well the harm that was done to my constituents and so many others. This motion, which is before us, is murky, is completely opportunist, and it certainly reflects badly on the Prime Minister. And I just conclude with these words. Many people are cynical about politics in this country, and unfortunately that's a trend that has increased with whoever has the responsibility for producing a cynical feeling, perhaps all of us in the political class. But I do say that this motion and this general election which is coming, purely for opportunist reasons, will increase that cynical feeling, and that's very damaging indeed to the democratic process. Well said.
Roger Godsiff.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I too will be voting against the motion today because I think it's totally unnecessary, and I say that as somebody
who voted leave on 23rd, and since then has had a grudging respect for the way the Prime Minister has conducted herself since she took over. However, the justification which she's given for having a general election is quite frankly disingenuous. To suggest that she needs a mandate to negotiate Brexit is just ridiculous. She was given that mandate on the 24th of June by a majority of the British people, and it's up to her now to carry that out. If she then wishes to have another election at the end of the process or to have another referendum, then so be it. But to justify it now is just, as my honourable colleague says, purely opportunistic. Furthermore, she says that she needs a larger majority because her business of the House is likely to be disrupted by opposition parties or by the House of Lords. Well, she ought to look back to what happened when the Wilson government was in power between 64 and 66. He had a majority of 3. The Callaghan government in the 1970s governed for 5 years without any majority. And if she is fearful of what could happen from the House of Lords, she should do exactly what Tories have done in the past and flood the place with her own people to ensure she gets her way. So there is no justification for arguing that she needs to have a larger majority in order to get the business of the House through. And furthermore, the, quite frankly, arrogant view that the electorate should concentrate purely and simply on one narrow issue is treating the electorate with contempt. I can only speak for my constituents, but when they consider the issues, they're going to be asking the questions, why is every school in my constituency losing out under the new funding formula? Why is the City Council having to make horrendous cuts because the government have cut the support grant? Why are times at local hospitals increasing because there are just not enough staff? Why are more and more hard-working families having... I will.
Just a minute. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I just wanted to point out that in his questioning about why the things were happening to the things in his constituency, I just wanted to ask if he might address questions to the Treasury bench about why my children's school, which is in his constituency, the children are now going into having 32 children in a class. And I wonder if he agrees with me that I don't remember that happening under a Labour government.
I thank my honourable colleague, and of course she's absolutely right. Under a Labour government, we had educational programmes like building schools for the future. We had Sure Start centres. Under this government, first of all, the programme was stopped, and secondly, Sure Start centres are being closed left, right and centre. But my constituents will ask other questions. Why is it that more and more hard-working families are being forced into the humiliation of having to use food banks because they just do not have enough money at the end of the week to feed and clothe their families? Why are energy consumers paying ever-increasing prices? Well, the energy utility firms are ripping them off in the sacred name of competition. And why are young people, married and unmarried, unable to acquire proper housing for themselves and very often have to stay with their in-laws? Mr. Speaker, these views will be echoed throughout the country. There is no justification for this election, and I will certainly be opposing it.
Jim Dowd. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will be supporting the motion because I think, as one of the members opposite said, it seems rather bizarre that the opposition should say we want to keep a Tory government in power. It just makes no sense. We have to put our case to the British people and see what happens. We've arrived at a position today which I always thought was inevitable. This was bound to happen. I never bought all that guff about no election. There's a political dynamic at work here which has resulted. We've made this decision almost inevitable. And in Very well, yeah.
Given he's going to support the government, is he then confident we won't have a Tory government returning post-election with 2 more years? Or what do you think is going to happen? Exactly. What is the follow-through on his actions?
Absolutely. Follow-through is to do whatever you can to get rid of a Tory government as soon as you can. That's always the case. That might not work. But that's up to the British people in an election. That's their choice. But the reason I think we're in an inevitable position is because I just wanted to pay a minor tribute to Mr. David Cameron, late of this parish. I think, when the history of this country in the early part of the 21st century comes to be written, he will have probably one of the most prominent roles in it. Not a particularly glorious tribute, but decisions that he took will, I think, over time, damage this country immensely. I remember serving on the original EU referendum bill, known at the time as named after the member for Stockton South, who picked it up from number 10 as the Walton bill. And I remember sitting in the committee, and one evening, the then Prime Minister, David Cameron, actually came into committee room, I think it was committee room 7 or so, 8, and sat in the public gallery simply to pay obeisance to the hard right-wingers of the Tory party who were on that bill committee. I have never seen or heard of a Prime Minister being faced with such ignominy as having to pay obeisance, as I say, to those in who he was thrall. And of course he gave them the guarantee of an in-out referendum. He didn't say, I'm going to renegotiate the terms of our EU membership and then put that to them, but he said he's going to renegotiate them and then have an in-out referendum. This is the consequence of that. And when I say he'll go down as one of the most damaging Prime Ministers, but prominent nonetheless, he's also put at jeopardy the whole future of the United Kingdom, not just as a trading nation, not just our relationship with the European Union, but the future of Scotland as part of the United Kingdom. And some people can have all kinds of views about that. But again, it was he who granted the referendum in the first place, which set the dynamic in train, which has destroyed the Labour Party in Scotland, let's be frank about it, and given the SNP the prominent role that they enjoy today. He also has put in jeopardy our relationship with the Republic of Ireland, and also, as the honourable gentleman from the DUP mentioned earlier, put at risk the very stability of Northern Ireland as an entity, whether or not as part of the United Kingdom. So I think all these things add up, and the damage that's been done will be with us for decades. And the people who will pay the greatest price, as others have mentioned earlier, will be the young people, the next generation, and those who come after. It has permanently damaged this country. I will vote for the general election, as I say, but I don't think it will change anything. I think the essential landscape will remain much the same after an election as it is now. And it will all follow from the calamitous decision of last June to leave the European Union. I can understand, and say the party political reasons. There's a certain amount of sanctimony and hypocrisy here today. Politics is neither science nor art, and it's certainly not religion. People do things for their own political advantage, and every Prime Minister has always done that.
Steve Double. Very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wasn't intending to speak in this debate, but in response to a question posed by the honourable member for Walsall North, I think it was, that he wouldn't let me intervene to respond to, I just wanted to make a couple of points, because I have in fact received emails from constituents over the last few weeks asking me to encourage the Prime Minister to call a general election and go to the country once again. And he seemed to be implying that nobody in the country was asking for this, but there were members of my constituency who were actually asking me to do that. Now, when the Prime Minister did make an announcement yesterday, initially I would say I was in shock. Because, like my right honourable friend, the member for the New Forest, I was boldly telling people that there was no chance of a general election happening, and both I wasn't quite as bold as to put it in the local paper, but both verbally and in emails, etc., I was telling people that I didn't believe that it was going to happen. But having listened to the reasons that the Prime Minister gave yesterday, I am happy to say I've come to the position where I do believe that it's the right thing for the country, that we obtain a new mandate to go into to the negotiations to leave the EU and put the Prime Minister and the others who will be negotiating our terms in the strongest possible position in those negotiations. But let me also say I'm very happy to stand on this government's record of delivering for this country. This is not just about the Brexit negotiations. It's about this government that has delivered growth, one of the best performing economies in the world, record numbers of jobs, great investment in our NHS. And I'm very proud to go to the country and say, let us continue with the job that we are doing on these benches for delivering what our country needs and continue to put us in the strongest possible position. But I just want to make one final point before I finish, that if, and we take nothing for granted, but if the Conservative Party is returned into government with a substantially reduced majority, I say to the leader of the Liberal Democrats, will he then accept that that is the will of the British people, that they have returned the Conservative Party with a clear mandate to press on and take us out of the European Union on the grounds that the Prime Minister has set out, and drop this opposition and game playing to thwart the democratic will of the British people?
Mark Durkan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As someone who believes that the Prime Minister has presented the case for this election on an entirely false premise, I too would be voting against the motion today. I wasn't asking for an election last week. I wasn't asking for elections the week before. I was arguing in the context of the talks in Northern Ireland that any move to an election in the near future wouldn't actually help the context of those negotiations. So my mind has not changed. So why should I pretend it has changed? And I am not going to be gamed into voting differently and goaded into voting differently because of the Prime Minister's actions and stances. She has accused others of playing games in this Parliament. In essence, the Prime Minister's argument is that she has no confidence in Parliament. So we have this bizarre situation where we had a referendum that was about taking back control, that's about parliamentary sovereignty, but then we have a Prime Minister pronounces she has no confidence in Parliament. She doesn't trust parties in the opposition. She confers on them all sorts of exaggerated powers to block and to wreck, and of course then she has her complaints about the House of Lords. If members of the Tory benches are concerned about the House of Lords, move to abolish it or move to bring forward competent, coherent, democratic reform, but stop using them as props in this sort of argument. It's also a false premise because the Prime Minister is pretending she needs the election now so that she has a strong hand in the short term, whereas we really know what she's after is a free hand in the longer term, in terms of the wriggle room around periods of adjustment and around transitions and other things that too many of her colleagues have been too strident on. I give way.
Does my honourable friend appreciate that the nearest parallel to what's happening now, in this campaign for an election is the 1980...
Order. I'm interested in hearing the honourable gentleman, but I would like him to face the House. Thank you.
And well, you were busy talking.
The honourable gentleman, I was being spoken to by an illustrious member of the opposition whip's office, no less. I put it rather differently, but we'll hear from the honourable member.
The nearest parallel is the election of 1974, when Ted Heath, the then Prime Minister, decided on a very narrow argument that the miners were on strike and it would be about who runs the country. And most general elections are about a lot of things. This one was about a specific thing. And can I say to my honourable friend, what happened in effect was that the Labour Party finished up with the largest number of seats, and the Queen sent for Ted Heath to try and form a coalition with the Liberals, and the Liberals ran away.
Mr Durkan.
I appreciate the honourable member for Bolsover's intervention. I would also make the point that if we're going to bring in comparisons with that election in 1974, of course, an unforeseen casualty of that election in 1974 was the Sunningdale Agreement, the power-sharing executive in Northern Ireland that had been formed out of the 1973 executive ended up falling as a consequence of that election because of the balance, what was seen to be the balance of forces. And of course, this election has been called without regard to the fact that there are sensitive negotiations ongoing in Northern Ireland currently. And it's very hard to see how this general election happening happening now won't have an impact on those negotiations. One, it will probably colour the attitude of parties to some of the issues they're dealing with. It will certainly colour their attitude to each other in terms of the level of trust they have. But also, the British government will not be in a position to give undertakings or commitments in the context of those negotiations as PERDA kicks in. So how are we going to get any sort of comprehensive agreement in those sorts of circumstances? And as someone who worked might and main for the Good Friday Agreement and for its implementation, I do not take those issues lightly, and I cannot be dismissive of them. And I, of course, want to make sure that we have the agreement fully protected. And that's why I am no saboteur when it comes to anything that has been endorsed by a referendum, least of all what the Irish people endorsed by referendum when they voted for the Good Friday Agreement. And I worry about the implications of Brexit for the Good Friday Agreement. I worry about the fact that the government are in denial about the fact that the process of Brexit has implications for that agreement. But of course I also do recognise that the agreement gives us the machinery to answer a lot of the questions and the challenges for the whole island of Ireland in terms of Brexit. It gives us the material in terms of Strand 2 to make sure we can operate in the future on a north-south basis in ways that continue to be supported by and funded by the EU. We can treat the island as a common market, a single market, in sector after sector if we use the auspices of the Good Friday Agreement. So we go forward in this election in a positive way, but no pretence that the election was necessary, and no pretence that the Prime Minister is justified in the terms that she has used, and nor do we buy the pretence, the sham fight that the Right Honourable Member for North Belfast is giving yet again with Sinn Féin.
Mr. Speaker, I believe this is the sort of thing that gets politics a bad name in our country, and it's what's leading to the alienation of many of our citizens from the political process. Because there's only one reason why the Prime Minister wants a general election on the 8th of June, and that is she figures she has a better chance of winning it now than she does in the future. It is therefore the most blatant abuse of the democratic procedure for party political advantage. And as this campaign goes on, it will be seen as that. And this has nothing to do with the country's interests and everything to do with the management of the Conservative Party. And I give two clear reasons why that's the case. The Prime Minister has suggested she needs to have a majority. She has not lost any vote on Brexit over the last year with a majority of less than 30. She has not won any vote with a majority of less than 30. So the majority is already there. She also says that this will give clarity to the Brexit process. We in these benches have been trying for 10 long months to get clarity to the Brexit process. Every question we have asked has been met with silence and with the refusal to actually say what Brexit does indeed mean. And I don't believe for 1 minute that the Tory party manifesto for the 8th of June will spell out exactly what the plan for Britain is post-Brexit. So who's kidding who? We will not be any clearer after this election as to what Brexit means than we are right now.
Friend for giving way. The media are reporting that up to 30 sitting Tory MPs face being prosecuted for electoral fraud, and that the Crown Prosecution Service will announce whether it intends to press charges very soon. Does my right honourable friend think this might have anything to do with the Prime Minister's change of heart?
Yes, I do. I think it is remarkably suspicious. But my concern is that actually what the Prime Minister wants to do is to silence dissent and disagreement in this House and in this country. And therefore her instincts are not democratic, they are authoritarian. And that, I think, is a great worry for our country. Mr. Speaker, can I just turn to the situation in Scotland? There are two reasons why the people of Scotland should be given another choice on their self-government. The first is not because the people who lost the referendum in 2014 don't respect the result, but because the people who won that referendum changed the deal afterwards. And the United Kingdom that people voted to be part of in 2014 will no longer be there in the future. But the second is that despite a compromised position by the Scottish Government that said neither challenged the Brexit deal or argued for independence, that was thrown back in our faces. So there is no option now but to offer people in Scotland the opportunity and the choice between having a hard Tory isolationist Britain or taking control into their own hands. This isn't required as a mandate to to have that second referendum, because the Scottish Government already has that mandate. But this will be a judgment, Prime Minister. This will be a judgment on your refusal to agree to the wishes of the Scottish Parliament. And I would like to ask this in finishing. If the Conservative Party loses the general election in Scotland, will you stop blocking the right of the Scottish people to have a choice in the future?
It's all very unfair. Mr Denny Kinahan.
Please be able to speak, but Northern Ireland is in a brittle state, as we all know at the moment. We have no executive, we have no government, and I wonder, did the Prime Minister fully consider what may happen to us there? Before the recess, I was given an excellent answer as to our position in the Union, and very, very grateful for this. But I want to get 3 points across. One is not about this election. We fully support today's motion. Is that the public in Northern Ireland are fed to the teeth with elections. And they've had so many, they see no point of another Assembly election. If you watched what was going on at Easter, and you watched some paramilitaries dressed in West Belfast, I think, and somewhere else, marching, carrying the European Union flag as if it was their banner. Brexit for us is a very different and brittle world. We fully support as Ulster Unionists that we need to find the right way forward, but it is going to be used by Sinn Féin to really try and break up the Union, and we need that support. So I ask that in the manifesto that they look at how they deal with Northern Ireland's special status, but also how you look in that manifesto at ensuring that we have a workable government in the future. We need change, and that's what the Ulster Unionists have all been about, getting back to the central parties running Northern Ireland. And finally, the last point, to make sure that the manifesto looks after our armed forces, our ex-servicemen. Legacy is playing its way out. It is not protecting those people that should be protected for doing their duty. We will support the motion today.
Two colleagues, they can help each other. Mr Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As several other honourable members have already pointed out today, the Prime Minister heads up a party with a current majority that was gained partly by her party cheating in the last general election, and have been fined by the Electoral Commission as a result. And yet, today, she had the brass neck to stand there and give a speech all about leadership. So I want to know, what leadership is the Prime Minister showing on this? She refused to answer the questions from the Honourable Member for Bolsover. She refused to answer the questions from the Honourable Member for Glasgow South about election cheating and about some of her current MPs re-participating in this forthcoming general election. What leadership interventions she made within her party to make sure that this spending cheating does not happen again?
Oh, if the Honourable Lady must. Point of order, Mrs Anne Main, stop the...
Speaker.
Main.
Mr Speaker, twice the Honourable Member has accused members of cheating. There is no proof of cheating, and he should withdraw the remark.
I think it's a matter of taste rather than of order, but the Honourable Lady has made her point with force and alacrity, and it's on the record. Had the Honourable Gentleman concluded his oration?
A bit more. So, in terms of further non-leadership interventions by the Prime Minister, she consistently said there would be no general election, then we've had a massive U-turn. She could not answer why she's changed her mind in the single market. We've had no evidence what this hard Tory Brexit is going to mean and what it would mean compared to Scotland staying in the single market. She's consistently ignored the Scottish Government and the will of the Scottish Parliament. So I ask her, show some real leadership.
Brendan McNeill.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. The member for New voted Labour and not to be turkeys voting for Christmas. But more than turkeys voting for Christmas, if they follow the Prime Minister and dance to their tune, they're turkeys ready to jump into the baking tin is exactly what they're doing. And the Prime Minister needs 433 MPs to support her today. She's gone on television. She's told the world there will be a general election. If Parliament doesn't back her, if Labour don't dance to her tune, if she doesn't have 433, will the Prime Minister resign? And on that answer could change the views of the Labour members who are now dancing to her tune.
But under the standing order, I must now put the question. The question is that there shall be an early parliamentary general election. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no.
Aye. Aye.
country no? Division! Clear the lobby! Order. The question is that there shall be an early parliamentary general election. As many as other opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Tellers for the ayes, Heather Wheeler and Jackie Doyle-Price. Tellers for the noes, Ms Margaret Ritchie and Mr Mark Durkin. So precious. Order! Order!
The ayes to the right, 522. The noes to the left, 13.
The ayes to the right, 522. The noes to the left, 13. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to motion number 3, the programme motion. To be moved formally.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The question is, as on the order papers, most other opinions say aye. On the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Technical and Further Education Bill. Consideration of Lord's amendments. Now.
Thank you. Order. I must draw the House's attention to the fact that financial privilege is engaged by Lord's Amendment 1. I also remind the House that certain of the motions relating to the Lord's amendments will be certified as relating exclusively to England or to England and Wales as set out on the selection paper. If the House divides on any certified motion, a double majority will be required for the motion to be passed. The first amendment to be taken is Lord's Amendment 1, with which it will be convenient to consider the other Lord's amendments as on the selection paper. To move to disagree with Lord's Amendment 1, I call the Minister, Robert Halfon.
It was right. It was exactly. It's easy.
Most disadvantaged are able to climb the ladder of opportunity. It left this House after your thoughtful scrutiny and after similar diligence in the other place, and I'm delighted that it returns for consideration here today. I ask honourable members to support the Government on all amendments made to the bill in the other place, except number 1 and number 6, where we've tabled an amendment in lieu. Amendment 1 impinges on the financial privilege of this House, and I ask the House to disagree to this amendment and will ask the Reasons Committee to ascribe financial privilege as the reason. This amendment, costing over £200 million per year by financial year 2020 to 21, would mean the parents of apprentices aged under 20 would continue to be eligible for child benefit for those young people, as if they were in approved education and training. It's an issue where I have great interest. Apprenticeships provide a ladder of opportunity, and we should seek to remove obstacles to social mobility wherever we can. A young person's first full-time job is a big change for them and for their family, and it marks a move into financial independence that should be celebrated. I know that the adjustment can be challenging. For the young person learning how to manage a starting wage and new outgoings, for parents who may experience a fall in income from the benefits they previously received for that dependent child. One of the core principles of an apprenticeship is that it is a job and it's treated accordingly in the benefit system. A job that offers high-quality training, a job that widens opportunities, and a job where more than 90% of apprentices continue into another job on completion. Most apprentices are paid above the minimum wage. The 2016 Apprenticeship Pay Survey showed that the average wage for all Level 2 and 3 apprentices was £6.70. Of course.
Thank the Minister for giving way. Although what he's saying is correct in that they will be paid, taking away child benefit from families on low incomes will be a disincentive for them taking up apprenticeships, and we'll see those families pressing them to stay in education where they continue to get child benefit. Is that not the case?
Well, the crucial point is is that the vast majority of apprenticeships get paid over £6, £6.30, those in level 2 and level 3. And as I say, most of them, 90% of them, go on to jobs or for additional education afterwards. Now, the apprenticeship programme already supports low-income groups. The funding system gives targeted support to the participation of care leavers, and we are making £60 million available this year to training providers to support take-up by apprentices from disadvantaged areas. And we're committed to ensuring that high-quality apprenticeships are as accessible as possible to all people from all backgrounds. And we'll take forward the Maynard recommendations for people with learning difficulties and our target on participation for black and minority ethnic groups. On the suggestion of a bursary for care leavers, I understand that some young people have greater challenges to overcome. That's why we're providing £1,000 to both employers and training providers when they take on care leavers who are under 25. We'll also pay 100% of the cost of training for small employers who employ care leavers. There is scope for apprenticeships to benefit social mobility even more, and we're working across government to use the apprenticeship programme to extend opportunities. I'm grateful to Lord Storey for tabling Amendment 6. This introduces a new clause into the bill which will require Ofsted to take into account the quality of the Careers Office when conducting standard inspections of further education colleges. I welcome the work that Ofsted has already done to sharpen its approach. Matters relating to careers provision feature in all of the graded judgments made by Ofsted when inspecting FE and skills providers. Destination data, published in 16 to 18 performance tables for the first time this year, is also becoming an established part of college accountability. These are important steps, and I want to pay tribute to the good work that is already going on throughout the FE sector to prepare students for the workplace. Ofsted's annual report for 2015-16 cites the excellent work of Derby College, which has set up employer academies where learners benefit throughout their course from a range of activities, including workplace visits, talks and specialist speakers, masterclasses and enterprise activities. However, in the same report, Ofsted notes that the quality of information, advice and guidance in FE providers can be variable and does not always meet the full range of students' needs. And that's why I want to use this opportunity to take the bill to go through this further. The amendment will signal our determination to ensure that every FE student has access to good quality, dedicated careers advice, something I know that this House supports. And that is vital if we're to tackle the skills gap and ensure that we make opportunities accessible for everyone. We propose some drafting amendments tabled in the other place to make sure it achieves its intended effect. The amendment makes it clear that Ofsted must comment on the quality of the college's careers provision in the inspection report. And I urge honourable members to accept this amendment. Further education colleges are engines of social mobility, and this is our chance to ensure that students from all backgrounds can access the support they need to get on that ladder of opportunity and benefit from the best skills and education training. Madam Deputy Speaker, I now turn to the amendments the Government asked the House to accept without any further amends. The Government supports Amendment 2, which requires schools to give education and training providers the opportunity to talk directly to pupils about approved technical education qualifications and apprenticeships that they offer. I'd like to place on my record my significant gratitude to Lord Baker of Dorking for tabling the amendment and for his unstinting support for the Government's technical education reforms. As I've explained above, high-quality careers advice is the first rung on the ladder of opportunity and will play a key part in realising our ambition of high-quality skills education and training. This Lord's amendment strengthens the bill by ensuring that young people hear much more consistently about the merits of technical education routes and recognise them as worthy careers paths. I urge the House to agree to it. And I hope that never again will when I go around the country and visit apprentices in college, will I meet apprentices and apprentice organisations who are refused access to the schools that they were taught in themselves to talk about apprenticeships. Of course.
I actually welcome the proposal that the Minister is putting forward. We have lots and lots of evidence that schools are not allowing FE colleges and apprenticeship providers access to young students, so to see what the options are post-16. And of course that's because of the bums on seats funding regimes which exist in schools, for instance, for post-16 studies. How are we going to get round, though, the deep-seated culture which exists in schools, which actually precludes careers advisors and for other providers from getting into schools to provide that independent, impartial advice to young people?
Well, the Honourable Gentleman speaks a lot of sense on this issue. Every time I meet an apprentice, wherever it is, whatever part of the country, I ask them, did your school encourage you to do an apprenticeship? And 9 times out of 10, the answer is there was nothing taught in the schools about apprenticeships and skills. We've already changed careers advice so that they have to offer advice in terms of careers, in terms of apprenticeships and skills. This amendment, I believe, will make a huge difference because technical bodies, apprenticeships, UTCs will be able to go into the schools will publish policy guidance on this. But I agree with you, it is a huge part of this is a cultural change. And this is why I always talk about, and my honourable friend the Secretary of State, the parity of esteem, the word that she describes this, that until we ensure that we have parity of esteem between skills and technical education and between going to university, which is also a wonderful thing to do, then we won't achieve that cultural change that the Honourable Gentleman talks about.
Would the Minister give me one more? But there is a problem with that, in as much that training providers themselves going into schools have a vested interest, as much of a vested interest as the schools themselves, in terms of securing those students onto their courses or onto their apprenticeships. Is it not true that we need a much more robust, impartial advice and guidance process, which doesn't include the vested interests of anybody in particular?
We are looking at careers guidance in the long term, in terms of how you gear careers advice, make it more independent, make it more skills focused. You know, the work of the Careers Enterprise Company, getting people to do work experience, the money that we're investing in those things, I think that will help, but I don't think there are any easy answers to this. I mean, there are some great private providers who I'd love to go into schools. There are great FE colleges, great UTCs that I would love to go into schools, but I think this is an important step forward to change the culture and also make sure that pupils have the access to learn about apprenticeships and technical education and skills that they need. Now, Amendment 3 introduced a new clause in the bill specifically providing for regulations to be made about the delivery of documents about an insolvent FE body to the registrar and how those documents are kept and accessed by the public. Essentially, the clause allows for the proper management of the paperwork of an insolvency procedure for an FE body. I'm pleased that the government were able to accept Amendment 4, put forward by Noble Lords in the other place, to delete the words "if possible" from clause 25 brackets 2. The original drafting of subsection 2 was intended to offer reassurance to creditors and the education administrator that the education administration would not continue indefinitely while we waited for the education administrator to achieve the impossible. Instead, it caused concern in both this House and the other place that student protection was some way lessened. That was not our intention, and having sought the confirmation of lawyers that there was no change to our policy objectives, we were content to delete the words to address these concerns. Amendment 5 replaced the original clause in the bill with a new version in order to fully apply, rather than replicate, the Company Directors Disqualification Act 1986, the CDDA, to FE bodies in England and Wales. The new version of Clause 40, formerly Clause 37, still allows the court to disqualify any governors who finds it liable of wrongdoing from being governors, and also now from being company directors in any part of the UK. It fully prevents disqualified individuals from being able to, in a different way, repeat the mistakes they had made, potentially at the expense of another FE institution. We've amended this clause to close a potential loophole in the bill and more fully protect learners at FE institutions from the potential actions of any governor who acts recklessly. The existing CDDA regime is effective as a finely balanced deterrent for company directors. It is rare that directors are found liable, and its existence in insolvency legislation does not inhibit people from choosing to become company directors, but helps prevent poor financial management. The presence of the CDDA regime causes company directors to reflect carefully about their financial decisions and the potential consequences of acting wrongfully in relation to creditors. And we want to ensure the same deterrent effect for college governors. Governors might not appreciate the full consequence of disqualification if they're still able to act as company directors and could set up a company to run a college. They might be prepared to operate with a greater degree of risk. The amendment also ensures that governors of FE bodies are on a par with governors of academies, to whom the CDDA also fully applies. Amendment 7 to Clause 47 of the Bill, formerly Clause 43, adds an additional clause, Clause 7, insofar as it relates to Section 462 of the Insolvency Act, to the parts of the Bill that extend to all parts of the UK. This does not change the application of the FE insolvency regime only to FE bodies in England and Wales. It ensures cooperation, if necessary, between the courts of the different parts of the United Kingdom in matters regarding insolvent FE bodies. We expect cases where cooperation is needed to be very rare. Madam Deputy Speaker, I now turn to Government Amendments 8, 9 and 10. The Bill, as introduced, allows the Institute of Apprenticeships to share data with Ofsted, Ofqual and the Office for Students, and vice versa. These amendments would enable the Secretary of State to extend the information sharing gateway to other persons not stated on the face of the Bill. And this provision is necessary because the bodies with which the Institute will cooperate and share information are expected to change over time. The amendments ensure that the Institute can function effectively in future. I lastly turn to Amendments 11 to 18, which were prompted by the helpful discussions we had in this House. It was clear then that we shared a common concern to ensure that care leavers receive appropriate help and support should their college become insolvent. Members opposite, and include the Shadow Minister, it was very clear that care leavers are particularly vulnerable, and I agree. And that's why I undertook to reflect on how we might best support such individuals. I'm pleased that we were able to bring forward these amendments to Schedules 3 and 4, which will require the Education Administrator to send a copy of their proposals to the Director of Children's Services at the relevant local authority. This will ensure that the Director of Children's Services is formally notified of a college insolvency and can take appropriate action to provide support for any of their care leavers affected by the proposals. Madam Deputy Speaker, I ask honourable members to support the Government on these amendments.
Question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. Mr Gordon Marsden.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Minister for his considered exposition of the Government's position, particularly in respect of the amendments with which we are not going to be in dispute this afternoon, and I shall say something in particular about Amendment 2 when I turn to Amendment 1. But I want just to put on the record, first of all, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we welcome the changes that the Government is making, particularly in the technical parts of the bill. The devil is in the detail. These things are not always got right first time around, and I'm grateful to the Government for having reflected on that, and particularly, and I take on board what the honourable gentleman has said in respect of care leavers and local authority, without straying out with the narrow confines of today's discussions. Can I say I think that the recent discussions that we've had in the House, the recent debates we've had in the House on the Children's Social Act, in which my honourable friend from the front bench here from South Shields played a very strong and positive and constructive part, have actually been a useful, and I hope to him in his department, a useful focus to bring forward the amendments that he's brought forward today. So I'm grateful to him for that. I'm also grateful for the widening out of the, as he says, the sharing of information on Schedule 1. He will know that I've described in the past the present structure that's a bit of an alphabet soup. Hopefully this will enable us to, if I can strain the analogy, perhaps fish some of the letters out of the soup and make them work together a little easier than they would otherwise have done. But I want to turn now, Madam Deputy Speaker, to Amendment 1. The Honourable Gentleman, Right Honourable Gentleman quite rightly says it could be regarded as an issue of financial privilege, and he also says that he has great interest in these whole issues in terms of financial support and the rest of it, and I accept that, and I hope the Honourable Gentleman will understand that I have never at any stage in any of the committees that we have sat and talked about, I have never in any shape or form, as far as I'm aware, disinclined or disavowed his good intentions and indeed his commitment to these issues of equality. But of course, warm words of themselves do not necessarily carry through the projects that we might all want to see. And when he says that most of apprenticeships have benefits at the moment, then of course one has to ask about what the fate is for those people who do not have those benefits. And when he says about it being 200 million, this proposal being £200 million, since we're already committing £60 million, as he said, to training providers, I'm not sure that that's a very strong and powerful argument. I'll give way in a little while. I want to make a little progress on the main issue here, and then I will give way if the Honourable Gentleman then wishes to. I am very proud, Madam Deputy Speaker, of the fact that the noble Lords considered this matter, and I'm speaking obviously in support of Amendment 1, in considerable detail, and in doing so revealed how much further the government needed to go in this area, and indeed, in my view, still needs to go. Now, the Times Education Supplement in February published an eloquent chart which spelt out in graphic detail the current gap in support between students and apprenticeships. No access for apprentices to Care to Learn grants, no access for their families to universal credit or council tax credit, and most trenchantly and most relevant in terms of Amendment 1, no access to child benefit. Now, these amendments would enable families eligible for child benefit to receive it for children aged under 20 who are undertaking apprenticeships. And we understand on our side of the House, and I'm sure honourable gentlemen and ladies do on the other, that it's not simply the benefit itself, it's the doors that benefit opens to other benefits, which is a key element in the question. So I will give way.
Thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. I listened to his argument carefully, which seems to involve a spending commitment of £200 million. How is he going to pay for it?
Well, first of all, we don't recognise that figure of £200 million in the first instance. And secondly, the point that I've already made is that the government is already committing £60 million to training providers, so why he's raising the issue of £200 million, which would be aggregated over a period of time, I really don't know. But no, I won't give way again. He's had one go. I want to make progress. So the amendment calls for the Secretary of State to use regulations to make provision to ensure that apprentices are regarded as being involved in approved education or training. And the government's apprenticeship programme has seen the introduction of the Institute for Apprenticeships and the Apprentice Levy this month, while setting this target of 3 million apprenticeships by 2020. But many commentators have continued to raise real question marks about the potential quality of those new apprenticeships. So it's really important that in reducing the growing skills gap in this country, that apprentices are not given a raw deal. And my noble friend, the Lord Watson, spelt it out vividly in the House of Lords, and when he said, "Why should family suffer as we seek to train young people desperately needed to fill the skills gaps in the economy?" We simply ask that question. Now, I'm well aware, and we discussed this in committee in this place, and of course it was also discussed in the other place, I'm well aware that apprenticeships are not currently classed as approved educational training by the Department for Work and Pensions. And that's one of the reasons why we have raised this issue so many times. And the Honourable Gentleman needs to reflect, it seems to me, the Right Honourable Gentleman needs to reflect on what the situation is of apprentices who live with parents, whose families could lose out by more than £1,000 a year through not being able to access child benefit, and under universal credit could lose more than £3,200 a year. So if the government wants to get that target, it cannot be in anyone's interest for doors to be closed to young people keen to embark on an apprenticeship. And the government, at least it's the predecessor government, maybe it hasn't been heard so much under the new government, but the predecessor government was very fond of the concept of nudge to achieve results. But as I have said on other occasions, people can be nudged away from things as well as towards them. And in some circumstances, parents may prevent young people taking up apprenticeships because the economic consequences for the family of loss of benefit payments in various forms could be considerable. And Lords, in their debate on the 27th of February, made this point. Baroness Garden said that only 10% of the apprenticeships taken up by families on free school meals. The loss of child benefit was a significant penalty. Baroness Wolfe spoke very strongly on this, when she said, again, to echo what the Minister said, that there needs to be genuine parity if government wants to fulfil a holistic vision. And as I have already said, the list of exclusions printed in the Times Educational Supplement justify the anger and disappointment that the National Union of Students and apprenticeship organisations feel that they are being treated like second-class citizens. Research has shown, and I accept what the Minister said, that some apprentices are being paid well above the minimum rate, but some apprentices also earn as little as £3.50 an hour. I will.
The Honourable Gentleman for giving away again. He's been incredibly generous with his intervention. Since he's talking about financial matters again, in my response to my earlier intervention, he said he did not recognise this figure of £200 million. How much would his policy cost?
Those are issues which would be taken forward, as I say, over a 5-year period. And the £200 million figure that the Honourable Gentleman from the front bench quoted earlier has not been recognised, and I don't intend to engage with it any further because there's been no further detail given us on that point. And so, no, I will not give way. No, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I'm not going to give way again. The Honourable Gentleman has had... No, he's had 2 shouts and he's out. I'm going to continue, Madam Deputy Speaker, so the Honourable Gentleman can stop shouting. This will inevitably have a negative effect on the family income in circumstances which are not covered, the household budget, by the earnings made by an apprentice's salary, given that the apprentice minimum wage is barely over £3 an hour. And the National Society of Apprentices, in their submission to the committee, made that point. It's inconsistent that apprentices are continually excluded from definitions of approved learners when apprenticeships are increasingly assuming this place in the government's holistic view of education and skills. And if apprenticeships are to be seen, Madam Deputy Speaker, as a top-tier option, then the benefits should be top-tier too. University students, I'll just finish this point and then I'll give way. University students receive assistance from a range of sources, from accessing finance to discounted rates on council tax. Apprentices currently don't receive many of those benefits, and the Lords believed, and we agree with them, that the system must be changed so both were treated equally. I'll give way.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way and the way he's approaching these amendments. He mentioned that some apprentices were paid more than the apprentice minimum wage. Is he aware that 82% of apprentices are paid at or above the appropriate national minimum wage or national living wage?
Those are figures that come from his department. I'm not going to dispute them on this particular occasion. But what we're trying to do is to set in legislation that's going to be valid for 5, 10 or 15 years. And it seems to me far more appropriate to have a principle under which everybody has that equal access, rather than to say, and we could trade figures all day about whether it's acceptable, whether it's 10, 15, 20, 25% of apprentices who are not in that period, not in that position. And I don't believe, and I don't think members of the House of Lords agreed when they passed this amendment, that we should go down that route. Now, Shakira Martin, who is the NUS Vice President for FE, made the point again that if apprenticeships are going to be the silver bullet to create a high-skilled economy for the future, the government has to go further than rhetoric and genuinely support apprentices financially to succeed. Now, in support of this amendment, the Learning and Work Institute have said there are currently participation penalties for low-income and disadvantaged young people who take an apprenticeship compared to an academic pathway. This apprenticeship would help this amendment would help towards treating apprentices and students in FE and HE equally in the support and benefits system. And government's decision to exclude apprenticeships from approved educational training will serve as a deterrent to young people, particularly those from disadvantaged backgrounds. But together, and without any change to the category apprentices are placed in by the DWP, and the FE has to accept that as things stand at the moment, the government are providing a severe financial disincentive for young people to enter into an apprenticeship, as opposed to other routes of education. And that's what the National Society of Apprentices said. Now, in the other place, the Right Honourable Gentleman's colleague, the Baroness Buscombe, said that there would be discussions about this issue with colleagues in the Department for Work and Pensions, but they didn't happen. The Minister has told me on previous occasions that this was something that needed to be addressed and discussed with other departments, but it hasn't happened. This is a government which is long on rhetoric but short on delivery, and it's young people and their families who are suffering. And the government is now blocking a modest proposal from the House of Lords to begin to remedy their inability to do joined-up government. Now, I also want to speak... Oh, give way.
It's kind of the Honourable Gentleman to give way a second time, but he will know, and I have mentioned this before, that we are doing a social mobility review and looking at a whole range of issues, from benefits to incentives to providers and employers, in terms of getting more disadvantaged apprentices from more disadvantaged backgrounds. And so to say that we're not doing this is entirely wrong. There's a significant amount of work going into these areas.
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for that. And the broader, the broader perspective of social mobility and the rest of it is a perfectly reasonable way of going forward in this matter. But I think, to be honest, Madam Deputy Speaker, and particularly at a time like today, where in fact we're going to be moving shortly into a general election, I think most people would be interested in some movement, some jam now, rather than promise of jam possibly in the future from the social mobility studies that's going on. And there are other areas which I'll come on to talk about as well, where I'm afraid a government has moved, to put it at its kindest, at a reasonably glacial pace. And that's one of the reasons why I'm not terribly impressed by the Honourable Gentleman's argument, although, again, as I say, I understand and I appreciate his commitment to trying to do something. Now, I want to speak in support of the second part of the amendment, which of course talks about opening benefits to care leavers by opening access to a bursary traditionally only applicable to university students. Now, currently, young people in local authority care who move into higher education can apply for a one-off bursary of £2,000 from their local authority. This amendment would ensure that care leavers who take up apprenticeships would be able to access that financial support as well. And can I remind the Minister of what the Children's Society has said, that every year around 11,000 young people aged 16 or over leave the care of their local authority and begin the difficult transition out of care and into adulthood, which, to be fair to the honourable gentleman, he recognised in his opening remarks. And that is why my honourable friend, the member for South Shields, tabled an amendment to the Children and Social Work Bill to provide for such a local offer to care leavers. But this government has a golden opportunity to follow up on this by focusing on support where the DWP could provide this process. And I am at a loss, Madam Deputy Speaker, to understand why the government is ignoring this process or this possibility. They could make provision from the apprenticeship levy for local authorities to administer a £2,000 grant to all care leavers. Now, often, when care leavers move into independent living, they begin to manage their own budget fully for the first time, and this move can take place earlier than others in their peer group. And remember that a care leaver in year one of that apprenticeship could be earning, and sometimes often is, as little as £3.40 an hour before being able to transition to a higher wage in the second year. And evidence from services and research has revealed how challenging care leavers can find managing that budget due to the lack of financial support they receive and the lack of financial education. And as a result, young carers are falling frequently into debt and financial difficulty. And the Minister really does need to put himself in their shoes. And his honourable friend, the member for Crewe and Nantwich, could tell us all, from his own family perspective, how vulnerable young people can be who come from disturbed and difficult family backgrounds. So, the question remains, why aren't the government prepared to retain this amendment to the bill? It's all very well having fine words, but, Madam Deputy Speaker, you may know the old Tudor proverb that fine words butter no parsnips. Now, just what are the bureaucratic arguments for doing nothing to support hard-working young people and their families, and even more so those without families to support them, to fulfil their hopes of better times via an apprenticeship? We talk about parity of esteem between HE students and apprentices. Some of these young people have struggled through circumstances to have any strong sense of self-esteem. So why haven't the government moved on this? Once again, why have the consultations with DWP not taken place? Was the Minister nobbled on this by some of those number 10 trustees or within his own departments, the way DFE ministers seem to have led us down the garden path of reforms to GCSE resits, only to slam the door shut? And I have to say, as gently as I can to the Minister, that if the government does not retain this amendment, people will know that their rhetoric on this matter has been somewhat hollow, and apprentices and their families will suffer. I want now to move, Madam Deputy Speaker, to Amendments 2 and 6. And first of all, if I can join with the Minister in supporting Amendment 2, which he's referred to, and which I will refer to as well. But I also want to talk about Amendment 6, which was carried to Amendment 2, sorry, I've got mixed up. Amendment 2, which was carried in the Lords, and I also want to talk about Amendment 6. Now, the lack of parity of esteem for apprentices can start at an early age, and as my honourable friend has just illustrated in the useful and constructive exchange we had with the Minister, the rhetoric on careers advice still doesn't match the painful reality which faces many young people. Now, the reality is that careers advice, after 2010, over the last Parliament, was decimated, and it was certainly decimated at local level. And young people who want to take a vocational and apprenticeship route are in danger of being shortchanged again over their future careers advice. The picture, incidentally, of support in schools so far, despite the work of the Careers and Enterprise Company, which is still in its infancy, remains poor. Now, both Careers England, the trade body for careers advice guidance, and the Careers Development Institute have confirmed to me recently that, in their view, nothing much has greatly changed. Their estimate is that only a third of schools are able adequately to deliver careers advice. And when we take that alongside the shortage of qualified careers advisors and the fact that those who remain are earning far less than they used to do, that adds up to a very difficult position. And that's one of the reasons why last year, in November, the co-chairs of the Education, Skills and the Economy Committee, the members for Stroud and Hartlepool, said that the government had been complacent over careers advice, and they said that the government's lack of action to address failings in careers provision is unacceptable, and its response to our report smacks of complacency. Now, I know that the Minister challenges that considerably, and I know, again, that he has put on board, he has put on record that the government is working to a thorough careers strategy in that respect. But we have to deal today with what the situation is today, not with what it might be under a careers strategy of whatever government is going to be around at the end of the year. Now, the Industry Apprentice Council last year, its annual survey, showed that just 42% of respondents found out about apprenticeships from school or college, and that using one's own initiative remained by far the most common way for a young person to discover those apprenticeships. It also said that there needed to be a change in careers information, advice and guidance because of the proportion of respondents saying that theirs had been very poor had remained high across the three surveys. And that is why the House of Lords produced these two quite detailed and comprehensive amendments, because those overall issues are not being addressed. To promote apprenticeships in schools, strong careers guidance is critical. And if we are to make a success of the Institute, it's crucial that young people are alerted early enough in their school life to the importance and attraction of technical routes. And that is one of the things that the amendment number 2 from the other House, which we supported, makes very clear. And if the Minister doesn't think that the Lord's amendment on careers advice is necessary, perhaps he would like to explain just how and when the government is going to get a grip on the existing fractured landscape of careers advice, which is revealed by his own department. Now, last month, and it wasn't bedtime reading, so I'm not surprised if onlookers in the House may not have read it, but last month the Department for Education produced a research report, an economic evaluation of the National Careers Service. This report was produced by London Economics and originally commissioned by the former Department for Business, Innovation and Skills to undertake an evaluation of the impact of the National Careers Service. And the National Careers Service has changed considerably in the 5 years since it was introduced by the Minister's predecessor, the Honourable Member for South Holland and the Deepings. That started out essentially, and I had the benefit of discussions with the Honourable Gentleman's predecessor, and he was very clear at that time that the National Careers Service was principally going to be for the over-24s. Now, that process has changed. I'm not necessarily criticising the fact that that process has changed, but it has certainly migrated in an unplanned fashion. And if you look at the website for the National Careers Service, it talks about anyone being aged over 13 and access to the data, adults over 19 and over having access to one-to-one support. But the problem with this is that only 15 to 22% of the customers, and again I'm taking these statistics from the report that the government themselves commissioned, were referred by Job Centre Plus. The remainder self-referring. Does not that, Madam Deputy Speaker, speak volumes for the lack of joined-up government on this matter between the Department for Education and the Department for Work and Pensions? I will.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. I think in some respects he's actually been generous to the government, because I believe that the career service as existed has been decimated. I think it's been laid waste by the government's policy since 2010. And we really do need to get back to a point where youngsters have available to them independent and impartial advice and guidance on their future career. Without that independence and impartiality, unfortunately, we could get back to the point of vested interest giving advice to young people, And I remember the late Malcolm Wicks referring to this in the 90s, when he said that much of advice being given to young people in the 1990s on their future careers was akin to pensions mis-selling because it was packed with vested interest.
My honourable friend, as he did previously to the Minister, is making a very important and valuable point, and those are certainly things that we need to think very, very hard about indeed. As I say, the National Career Service has migrated in some substantial fashion, and that might not be in itself a bad thing. But what I would, and I genuinely would like to know from the Minister, is what is the connectivity between the National Career Service and the Careers and Enterprise Company if that area of coverage is going to start as early as 13? I really would like to know what the connectivity is in that process. And, of course, the very disappointing fact from the impact report said that the researchers could not identify a positive impact of the National Career Service on employment or benefit dependency outcomes, arguably their main purpose. This is another example why it has been essential for the government to act on the career strategy and why their failure so far to do so has made these amendments so important. With the expansion of apprenticeships and the introduction of technical education to the Institute, it's even more important that students and apprentices have all the information they need to make an informed decision. Now, young people who get the best careers advice in college or schools are more likely to be able to seek out the better apprenticeships. And that's why I warmly welcomed Amendment 2, Lord Baker's amendment, and our support and that of cross parties, which would ensure that schools have to give access to advice about apprenticeships. Why does that matter? It matters because, as my honourable friend has just said, knowledge in general is power, and that unbiased knowledge is very important indeed. It's also, incidentally, why my honourable friend, the member for Scunthorpe, introduced a 10-minute rule bill which would have required schools to provide access to their premises to pupils and representatives from post-16 education institutions to provide advice and guidance. And all of this is precisely why Amendment 6 is also important, because I am encouraged by the fact that the new Ofsted Chief Inspector, Amanda Spielman, to whom I've spoken recently, is sympathetic to Ofsted making a much stronger case in ensuring that apprenticeships rate higher in the information given in schools. And the Lords have already pointed out, incidentally, that this will need more resources for Ofsted, indeed as my noble friend Lord Watson pointed out on report stage on March the 27th. But if we don't get this integration between the Careers and Enterprise Company and National Career Service, what we ask Ofsted to do will not work. So just what is the Minister's response to these arguments? Why are the National Careers Service and the Careers and Enterprise Company apparently going on different lines? And if he doesn't want to accept Amendment 6, what guarantees can he give to this House or to the noble Lords that they will get the work that they need?
John Pugh.
I'd just like to speak very, very briefly, make a comment on Government motion to disagree with Amendment 6 and Government A, as much as anything else to probe what the Government A in lieu of 6 actually achieves. And in prefacing that, I want to sort of give some impression of what Lord Storey, the noble Lord Storey, in the other place sought to achieve by Amendment 6. We've all acknowledged during the course of debate so far that careers advice is incredibly variable and has been for some considerable time. What Lord Storey was trying to do was to set in place a mechanism for monitoring career advice, so we know precisely how good or how bad it is, how valuable or useless it actually is. I think in the committee stage in the Lords, Lord Nash actually described careers advice as always pretty poor. And there was, of course, an Ofsted report in 2013 that established that 3/4 of schools were not providing effective advice, or, as the Honourable Member for North Shields pointed out before, impartial advice. The guidance given to schools was not sufficiently explicit. Employers, in many cases, were not engaging. and the National Career Service was not effectively promoted. And it was a key conclusion in the Ofsted report, and that schools' advice should be assessed when taking into account general school leadership or sector leadership in the case of FE, because of course his amendment applies to the FE sector. Now, I think the Minister accepts all that. I know that he's produced a variation or a difference from the initial amendment from the Lords. I'd just like him to satisfy me and the House in general that it actually complies with what the Lords intended to achieve through Amendment 6 in the first place.
Robert Halfon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I can give leave to close this debate. I thank the honourable gentleman for his who's just spoken, and the shadow minister. I understand that the honourable gentleman is stepping down, it's been. I know he's an experienced member of this House, and I wish him every good wish in the future for that. Just to answer his question, we are what we are doing. We are accepting, in essence, de facto, the amendment that was suggested by Lord Story Amendment 6, but we've just made it more tighter and in terms of legal. It's stronger, in fact, and Ofsted will be now required to comment on college careers offers in Ofsted reports. I just want to be clear that we just had to tighten it for legal reasons and made it slightly stronger, but we accept the amendment in as the principle of the amendment. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've set out earlier the government's position on the majority of these amendments, which serve to strengthen the bill's measures and ensure their success in practice. I urge honourable members to accept all the amendments made in the Lords, with the exception of Amendment 1. As explained earlier, Amendment 1 is subject to financial privilege, and I ask members to reject it on that basis, though noting the work I've set out earlier, which demonstrates our commitment to finding the most effective ways to address barriers and support disadvantaged into apprenticeships. The honourable gentleman opposite the Shadow Minister said that we should put our money where our mouth is, in essence. And it is worth remembering that we have 900,000 apprentices at the moment. That's the highest on record. That 25% of apprentices come from the poorest fifth of areas. And in terms of the National Career Service, they have something like over 1,300 enterprise advisors going into schools. They are set to target something like 250,000 students in 75% of career cold spots in the country. National Career Service is there to give careers advice and CV advice and personal contact that people can either see them face to face or on the telephone or on the internet. So they have different roles. That's why I ask our members to accept the Amendment 6, on which many noble lords spoke, as I've just mentioned. I spoke earlier of the positive activity taking place at Derby College, and this is by no means the only college taking active steps to provide high-quality careers advice to students. We want to ensure, and I've seen incredible work in my own college of Harlow and in Gateshead in the northeast of England. We want to ensure that all young people are able to access such support, and ask members to support this ambition by accepting this amendment. Of course.
I'm very grateful to the Minister. He's been very generous, and I know that he absolutely is determined and is full of good intentions on this. But good intentions do not provide sound careers advice and guidance to young people who are in the system now. And I really do think we need to see more urgency from the government in terms of backing up that intention, which is a decent and well-intentioned intention, if you like, to make sure that the young people get that impartial advice and guidance that they so deeply need as soon as possible.
Let me thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention, but let me give you the intentions. 90 million 90 million, that is no small sum of money given the financial climate, to be spent on careers, predominantly with the Careers Enterprise Company, with the enterprise advisors going into schools, £20 million for mentoring services in schools, as I mentioned, going up and down cold spots of the country, having enterprise advisors. The National Careers Service alone this year is getting something like over £75 million to advise on careers advice. So that is real financial backing to two very important services.
Would the Minister please? I'm listening to what the Minister is saying, but I seem to remember, because I was actually a member of the Career Services National Association Board prior to the invention of connections, and the national budget for careers at that time was something like £130 million. That's 15 years ago, more than 15 years ago. Really, the sort of figures that the Minister is talking about in the current climate is really quite inadequate.
Given the financial climate, 90 million to be spent predominantly with the Careers Enterprise Company, the money, the 77 million that's going to the National Career Service this year alone, I think that is a sizable sum of money given the climate, and we are, as I say, developing a careers strategy, which we obviously the election is now occurring, but I hope very much that we will have sort of the way we see careers is in terms of is much more skills focused, much more work in schools, mentoring and work experience as well. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've said before that this is a Ron Seal bill. It is very much part of our reforms to create an apprenticeship and skills nation, to give millions of young people that ladder of opportunity, to climb up that ladder, to get the jobs and security and prosperity that they need, to ensure that technical education is held in the regard it deserves, and that in the unlikely event of a college insolvency, it is the students who are protected. The measures in the bill make vital changes supporting young people to build the essential skills that our nation needs, and provide the right support to enable young people to climb that ladder. Many members across the House and the other place have spoken in support of that ambition, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank them for their ongoing commitment to the bill and supporting all our young people to reach their potential.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their amendment number 1. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no.
No.
No. Division, clear the lobby. Disagrees with the Lords in their amendment number 1. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Chris Heaton, Harrison, Chris Pincher. Tellers for the noes, Jeff Smith and Vicky Foxcroft. Thank you. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 298. The noes to the left, 182.
Thank you. The ayes to the right were 298, the noes to the left were 182. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. I call the Minister to move to disagree with the Lords in the amendment number 6 formally. Is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their amendment number 6. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister to move Government Amendment A in lieu of Lords Amendment 6 formally. The question is that Amendment A in lieu of Lords Amendment 6 be made. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. With the leave of the House, we shall take all the remaining Lords' amendments together. Minister to move formally to agree with the Lords in their amendments 2 to 5 and 7 to 18. The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their amendments 2 to 5 and 7 to 18. As many as are that have been say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister to move the Reasons Committee.
I beg to move that a committee be appointed to draw up a reason to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their Amendment 1, that Robert Halfon, Michelle Donnellan, Chris Heaton-Harris, Gordon Marsden, Henry Smith and Carl Turner be members of the committee, that Robert Halfon be the chair of the committee, that 3 be the quorum of the committee, and that the committee do withdraw immediately.
The question is that a committee be appointed to draw up a reason to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their amendment to the Technical and Further Education Bill, that Robert Halfon, Michelle Donnellan, Chris Heaton-Harris, Gordon Marsden, Henry Smith and Carl Turners be members of the committee, that Robert Halfon be the chair of the committee, that 3 be the quorum of the committee, that the committee do withdraw immediately. As many as are that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. We now come to motion number 5 on section 5 of the European Communities Amendment Act 1993. Minister to move.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The legal requirement to give the European Commission an update of the UK's economic and budgetary position, our convergence programme, means a welcome opportunity for a wider economic debate, should we so want one. Clearly, since last year's...
Order. If members leaving the chamber could do so a bit more quietly, then we can hear the Minister. Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Clearly, since last year's convergence programme debate, there's been a momentous change in the UK's relationship with the European Union. The Article 50 process is now underway and the United Kingdom is leaving the European Union. There cannot be, as some suggest, any turning back from that. In accordance with the outcome of the referendum, we are leaving the European Union and will make our own decisions, take control of the things that matter to us and seize every opportunity to build a stronger and fairer Britain. But given our decision to leave, some members may find it odd that we are debating the UK's convergence programme here today. It is right that we do so, however, both because we continue to exercise our full membership of the European Union until our exit, and because doing so is a legal requirement and one we must therefore take seriously. I should, however, remind the House that the content of the convergence programme is drawn from the Government's assessment of the UK's economic and budgetary position. This assessment is based on the spring budget report and the ABR's most recent economic and fiscal outlook, and it is this content, not the convergence programme itself, that requires the approval of the House. I should also remind the House that although the UK participates in the Stability and Growth Pact that requires convergence programmes to be submitted, by virtue of our protocol to the treaty opting out of the euro, we are only required to endeavour to avoid excessive deficits. The UK cannot be subject to any action or sanctions as a result of our participation. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me give way to my right honourable friend.
Yeah. On that point, would you like to comment, though, on how much influence have the convergence criteria and the deficit reduction requirements had on successive UK governments to drive more austerity and more cuts, does he think?
Well, in the 7 years that I've been a Treasury Minister, I have not noticed this convergence programme having an influence upon the decisions that we've taken. We have taken decisions to reduce the deficit because we believed it was in the long-term interests of the United Kingdom, rather than because of any requirements under the EU treaties. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me provide a brief overview of the information we will set out in the UK's convergence programme. Right honourable members should note that this does not represent new information, rather it captures the Government's assessment of the UK's medium-term economic and budgetary position as we set out in the spring budget. It is fair to say that in March 2017 we were in a better position economically than many had predicted. Growth in the second half of 2016 was stronger than the OBR had anticipated in the autumn statement. In fact, last year the UK grew faster than most other advanced major economies, while employment remains at a record high. So, following a period of robust economic growth, record levels of employment and a falling deficit, at the budget we sought to continue to safeguard that economic stability. That's particularly important as we prepare our country to leave the European Union. The OBR forecasts that business investment will remain subdued as we begin the period of negotiation with our EU friends and partners, and they continue to judge that in the medium term growth will slow due to weaker growth in consumer demand as a consequence of a rise in inflation. Accordingly, putting the public finances in good order will remain vital for the foreseeable future. All the more so given that the deficit remains too high and there are a range of potential risks in the global economy. That is why we are getting ourselves in a position of readiness to handle difficulties of any kind which may come our way. Our fiscal rules to do so are ones which strike the right balance between reducing the deficit, maintaining flexibility and investing for the long term. Overall public sector net borrowing as a percentage of GDP is predicted to fall from 3.8% last year to 2.6% this year. This means that we are forecast to meet our 3% Stability and Growth Pact target this year for the first time in almost a decade. Borrowing is then forecast to be 2.9% in 2017-18 and to then fall over the remainder of the years ahead to 1.9% in 2018-19 before reaching 0.7% in 2021-22, its lowest level in 2 decades. While the economic forecasts are broadly unchanged since the autumn, the OBR has substantially revised down its short-term forecast of public sector net borrowing. As a consequence, we are within sight of bringing to a halt the increase in the national debt as a proportion of GDP. Debt is forecast to peak at 88.8% of GDP in 2017-18 and then fall in subsequent years.
Would you give way?
Certainly give way.
On that very point, isn't it also important to remind the House that 435 billion of the debt is now owned by the state, so the state owes the money to itself, so it isn't in any normal sense a debt?
Well, my right honourable friend is correct in terms of where it is owed, but nonetheless, as a country, we do have to be wary of a level of debt that is high by recent historic standards, and it is right that we show determination to set out a plan as to how that debt to GDP ratio can be reduced to ensure that the UK is in a more resilient place to absorb shocks to our economy and to the public finances that do from time to time occur. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, beyond our fiscal rules to protect the public purse and prepare our economy, the budget also set out a wide range of things that the government will be doing to invest in our future. That includes giving our children the chance to go to a good or outstanding school that sets them up to succeed. It includes helping young people across the country get the skills they need for high-paid, high-skilled jobs of the future. And it includes investing in cutting-edge technology and innovation, so Britain continues to be at the forefront of the global technology revolution. Three things that will be the heart of our efforts to finally address the country's long-standing productivity challenges. The budget also promised greater support for our social care system with substantial additional funding, so people get the care they deserve as they grow older. And the budget works to strengthen our public services over the long term too, in our determination to bring down the deficit and to get the UK back to living within our means, and funding our public services for the long term through a fair and sustainable tax system. The spring budget, therefore, was one that made the most of the opportunities ahead by laying the foundations of a stronger and better Britain. Madam Deputy Speaker, following the House's approval of the economic and budgetary assessment that forms the basis of the Convergence Programme, the Government will submit the Convergence Programme to the Council of the European Union and the European Commission, with recommendations expected from the Commission in May. The submission of convergence programmes by non-Euro area member states and stability programmes by Euro area member states also provides a useful framework for coordinating fiscal policies. A degree of fiscal policy coordination across countries can be beneficial to ensure a stable global economy, which is in the UK's national interest. The UK has always taken part in international mechanisms for policy coordination, such as the G7, G20 and OECD. Although we are leaving the EU, we will of course continue to have a deep interest in the economic stability and prosperity of our European friends, and so we will continue to play our part in this process while we remain an EU member and in other international policy coordination processes once we have left the EU. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Government is committed to ensuring that we act in full accordance with Section 5 of the European Communities Amendment Act 1993, and that this House approves the economic and budgetary assessment that forms the basis of the Convergence Programme.
The question is as on the order paper. Peter Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We find ourselves in a strange position debating a motion that seeks to approve the Government's Convergence Programme with the EU at the start of an election campaign in the context of leaving the EU. Unusual set of circumstances, to say the least. Some see it as almost theological. There will be no longer a requirement for convergence, and while the Conservatives have no idea how our economy might work post-Brexit, other than their plan for a bargain-basement deregulated tax haven, I think it's a simple, if flawed and dangerous plan, regardless of the position that people actually took at the referendum. And Madam Deputy Speaker, a complete lack of vision from this government means that no one can be confident in what our economy will look like in just 2 years' time. Labour accepts the referendum result, and that is why we did not frustrate the triggering of the Article 50 negotiations. But what we will never support is the chaos of a Conservative plan for Brexit that will see our economy put potentially in danger. Mr Speaker, that's not being a saboteur, as has been suggested in some of the newspapers today. It's actually doing the job that we were sent here to do. And wealth concentrated in the hands of a tiny super-rich elite and corporations treating us like a tax haven isn't particularly good. That's not what people voted for. And I've got to say this. We've heard much in the debate in the past few months about taking back control. Time after time we were told we were going to take back control, and that shouldn't be taking back control and putting it into the hand of a group of plutocrats, while leaving most people across the country worse off year after year. When we do take back control, that's got to be control that's shared by everybody, not just a few. And our Labour government will deliver a final deal that reflects Labour's values, ensuring a strong and collaborative future relationship with the EU, which I know the Minister referred to, defending people's rights and protections and preventing a race to the bottom, because there is a fear that there will be a race to the bottom. It's a pretty clear choice: a better future for the whole country under a Labour government, or a bargain basement tax haven under the Conservatives. And the Brexit quota, I'm afraid, set by the Prime Minister will have huge repercussions for our country and our economy. In 2016, the UK exports of goods and services totaled 548 billion to the EU and imports totaled 585 billion. The EU accounting for 44% of UK exports of goods and services and 53% of imports. And despite the government's laid-back approach to trade with the EU, a hard Brexit puts much of those exports and new imports at risk. Sterling has already dropped by nearly 20% against the dollar since the UK voted to leave the EU, becoming the world's worst performing major currency, in October last year. Many economists now suspect the pound may depreciate even further as negotiations inevitably deadlock and begin to flounder. And when coming to office, the Conservatives committed to balance the books by 2015, and they broke that promise. That's unequivocally a promise broken. They then said it would be put back to 2019-20, and that wasn't delivered on. And here we are, days away from the prorogue in Parliament without the government making as much progress as they promised they would in relation to the deficit. And the Chancellor fairly regularly saying, well, it's a sort of rolling target. Well, you can't have a rolling target. You either have a target or you don't have a target. Under this government, debt as a percent of GDP has continually risen and now stands at, 85% of GDP. And how can that be the sign of a healthy economy, notwithstanding the fact, as the Minister indicated, it will start to come down? GDP growth per capita under the government hasn't once surpassed its pre-crisis trend rate of 2.3%. In fact, growth has been revised down in 2016-18 and now in 19 and 20. And again, it's hardly the sign of a strong economy. In 7 years, the Conservatives have borrowed £750 billion, and I will remind people time and time again, that's more than all Labour governments combined. Since 2010, 10 out of 24 of the government's budget and autumn statements have seen an increase in forecast borrowing, and the government's record on borrowing is summed up in 2 words, as I said before, missed targets. Make no mistake, the government are the party of borrowing. Is it any wonder that the Conservatives borrowed so much when the public finance each year have huge gaping holes? This year, we saw the Chancellor's attempt to hit self-employed workers with a rise in the national insurance contributions. We understand that the Conservatives' U-turn on this measure left a £2 billion black hole in the projected public finances. And how can we rely on the Conservatives' rosy assessments of the economy when we know that the sums don't add up? And this feeds into the wider problem with public finance under the Tories. Children are sitting in crumbling schools. That's beginning to happen. And up and down the country, people are waiting even longer to be seen by professionals in the NHS. And it's undergoing the worst crisis in history. So why do we have this sorry state of affairs? Because the Conservatives have sacrificed services that everyone used just to pay £70 billion of tax cuts for corporations and the super rich over the next few years. The government has presided over the slowest recovery since the 1920s, with both economic growth and average earnings downgraded yet again. And despite falling unemployment, workers are currently suffering the worst decade of pay in 70 years, rising inflation now outstripping wage growth. And of course, the government's done very little to tackle the scandal of chronic low pay and insecure employment, and that's reflective of an economy that is not working as the government claims it is. So the government's promise of a £9 national living wage has drifted downwards, while inflation sees the cost of living for everyone going up. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government's assessment of the economy makes no mention of the continued economic balance between the devolved nations and within the regions. And we simply cannot continue to have such an unbalanced and unequal economy. And that comes back to the point I made at the start in terms of this whole question of that disparity in regional economic growth. It is there in my own region and in many other regions. And that, yes, I will.
So how much extra tax should the government impose next year to deal with the budget deficit that he's worried about?
Sure, we'll have that debate in the general election process. This government has pledged to take back control from Brussels, as I alluded to before, but But what about controls for those millions of people living outside the M25? How can this government square the desire for less interference from Brussels when at the same time, for example, the Secretary of State for Communities and Local Government doesn't bat an eyelid when banning local councils all over the country from charging £1 for fun runs in local parks? Is it really the job of the Secretary of State to micromanage park budgets? If we come to that, where the British Secretary of State can tell local authorities, you can't charge these people £1, you can't charge them 50p, it is ludicrous. And that's why we have to take back control. So when control does come back to this country, it has to be pushed down. And it's all the more bizarre that the Secretary of State has taken that position when both he and his predecessors have cut local government support by as much as 60% in some areas, so huge cuts in their budgets, and at the same time interference with piddling amounts of money like £1 for park runs. It is pretty pathetic.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. I think he's making a very powerful set of points. And on the point about local government finance, it's all very well for the government to withdraw revenue support grant, but at the same time not doing anything about the other side of the account. The other side of the account is the council tax banding system, and they're not doing anything to rebalance the council tax banding system, which makes up local government revenue apart from revenue support grant. If you don't do that, it's grossly unfair. The revenue support grant was brought in because a Band D median didn't exist for all parts of the country. It certainly doesn't for the north east of England, and that's why we required revenue support grant from its inception in the early 1990s.
My honourable friend makes a fair point. This government has abandoned local government unless you happen to be Surrey County Council. We cannot have a fair and prosperous economy until all the regions and the cities have access to adequate funding and investment in infrastructure, until all regions and cities have the power to implement financial decisions at a local level without the constant heavy-handedness of a Westminster-obsessed government. The referendum result in favour of leaving the European Union was not just a vote against so-called unaccountable bureaucrats in Brussels, but also the lack of accountability of the government here at home at those local levels. For many people in this country, the government is alien and has no relevance to their lives. This place, for many people, has no relevance to their day-to-day living. They see it as a bubble, and as we've seen, often we see here, it is a bubble. Governments sit here in Westminster and Whitehall making these decisions, and little consideration given to the ramifications and disastrous effect of the policies have on ordinary people's lives. That's why post-Brexit Britain must look seriously at devolving economic powers to cities and regions across the country. The government can no longer pretend that we are a unitary state ruled by diktat from London, when we have a parliament in Scotland, assemblies in Northern Ireland and Wales, a mayor in London, and of course the city region mayors in Manchester, Liverpool and the West Midlands next month. Our economy is, but you've got to give, the Minister says who created them, and I completely accept that the government introduced them, but you've got to give the powers and the responsibilities significant to go with them, and the government have been dragging its feet in many regards with regards to that. And our economy under 7 years of Tory mismanagement has seen stagnant wages, slow growth, low productivity. I noticed the Minister didn't mention productivity once in his speech. OK, maybe once then. Excessive borrowing, rising debt and failed promises. The Chancellor has presided over an economy that has seen tax giveaways for the richest in our society at the expense of those in low and middle incomes. They've drastically cut public services and failed to balance the books. And of course, if re-elected, the Conservatives would radically cut tax in a desperate bid to attract overseas investments and transform our country into a low-pay and low-tax economy. The assessment of the economy presented by the government doesn't account for its catastrophic record, failed economic targets and the huge black holes in public spending. It makes no assessment of what the UK's post-Brexit economy will look like, nor does it acknowledge the economic difficulties ahead, and I urge the House to reject it.
Roger Mullin.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and a pleasure for this, my final speech in the Commons before the general election. electors of Kilcuddy and Cowdenbeath will determine whether I return to make any speeches here in the future. I was intrigued and enjoyed the opening of the honourable member for Bootle when he pointed out that this was a rather strange debate that we're having a subject matter when we're facing being dragged out of the European Union, and yet we're discussing convergence. Indeed, I took a leaf out of the honourable member's leader. I thought, since I knew this would be a tremendously popular debate, and you can just look around the filled benches to see how popular, I thought I would tweet that I was going to be speaking on this important topic. My hope was that I would get the equivalent of Mary from Rochdale letting me know what the key points were that I should raise. I have to say there was only one person replied with a suggestion of what I should include in my speech, and it was, could you say hello to my Auntie Sadie from Bala? So I couldn't possibly do that in a speech of such importance, but perhaps this clarifies that many of the things that we debate in this House are of a very technical nature and difficult for the public to engage in, but on a serious note are nonetheless very important. The Minister talked in his early remarks about the OBR and the forecasts that were made, and indeed showing great precedence, or the lack of it in my part. Yesterday, Scott started to work for me for the first time. He started his job on the day that the general election was declared. So I gave him one task to prepare for the speech. I asked him to contact the library and find out how many independent evaluations had ever been done of the Treasury or Treasury OBR model of the UK economy. And eventually this morning the library got back to say they could find no independent evaluations of the OBR or Treasury model of the economy had ever been undertaken. This is perhaps not very surprising when you see some of the results of this model, and indeed I thought in following up I asked him to have a look at how the model was described by the OBR, and to which you can find on the OBR website the wonderful statement that much of this model is based on not hard fact, but based on the judgments of those using it. And different people who are using it, the result might be incredibly different from using the same model. So I think that there will come a time in the future when governments of whatever shade are going to have to consider the way in which we understand and model the economies, and how far we can ever rely on forecasts of the type that we have been receiving in this House for a good number of years. I thought, since this could obviously be a fairly wide-ranging debate, but thinking about the future, I thought there would be one or two remarks I could make about issues that will still need to be addressed when we exit the European Union. And the exit in itself won't contribute anything. It will require the will of government to be able to do something. The Minister mentioned, quite rightly, the importance of business investment. One of the debates that we held in this House, I think it was last year, and the honourable member from Bootle, I seem to recall, took part in it, was a debate on quantitative easing. I think that was slightly less popular than this debate with the numbers that took part in it. Nonetheless, it was interesting at that time that so many of those who decided to speak talked about the problem that QE had created for investment. The assumption from the original essay by Friedman back in 1969 was that introducing QE would lead to a rise in asset prices, the consequence of which would be to increase confidence in business and lead to a significant increase in investment. And we know that that has not happened, despite well over 600 billion of QE being introduced. It would be interesting to know how the government, or the future government, is going to tackle the rewinding of QE. There's also been, in recent days, some very intemperate remarks made by senior bankers about the business sector. I would like to point to one just, I think, 3 days ago, in the Express, when a senior banker, as he was quoted from RBS, talked of SMEs who were pursuing getting some reconciliation to the problems they've had through GRG and the like. They were called by the senior executive of RBS as a bunch of chancers. Can you imagine any other industry that would talk about their customers as being a bunch of chancers? And they were apparently a bunch of chancers because they might have the audacity to go to the courts and seek redress. Right? And what do you know when you look at the RBS accounts? You will see that they have tripled the amount of money RBS has set aside for the hiring in of lawyers to defend cases. I see the right honourable gentleman nodding. I believe it is now somewhere of the order of close to £1 billion of what they expect they're going to have to defend. Surely this says something about banking culture in our society that will still need to be addressed in the future. And finally, one of the things I've been doing in this House is pursuing the issue of Scottish limited partnerships and other forms of limited partnerships that have been, particularly since 2008, subjected to use by international criminals, including and perhaps in particular from Eastern Europe, the Ukraine, Russia and the like. It amounts now to many billions of pounds. The urgent question that we faced about 10 days, I think, before recess on the latest money laundering scandal, when I questioned the Minister at the time, I pointed out that at their heart lie these limited partnerships. Since 2008, there have been 22,000 Scottish limited partnerships created that are completely opaque. We have no idea who is owning them. Many of them seek to operate in tax havens, and many of them seek to launder significant amounts of criminal assets. I think this is an issue, certainly.
Before he closes his remarks, does he and his party think that the EU is right to say that state debt should not be above 60% of GDP?
Well, I think it's a perfectly reasonable statement for the EU to make and to seek to have some control over debt. It's interesting to note that since all the years since the Scottish Parliament was created, we can at least say today that the Scottish Government has absolutely no debt, something that certainly this Government cannot claim to be able to say. So when you look towards the future, regardless of whether we were going to be in or out of the EU, this country, the UK and all its member nations still face major economic challenges that require will and intelligence to address. And that surely is the message that we should all be taking to our constituents as we face the future.
David Gauke.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And as I stated in my opening remarks, as much as 30 minutes ago, following this debate and with Parliament's approval, the Government will inform the Council of the European Union and the European Commission of our assessment of the UK's medium-term economic and budgetary position. This is based entirely on information documents already presented to Parliament, and presenting this information through the submission of the UK's convergence programme is a legal requirement under the EU Stability and Growth Pact. Can I just pick up a couple of points made by the Honourable Member for Bootle in his remarks? First of all, he makes the case for greater devolution. Can I remind him that it is this government that has put in place the new Metro mayors? No doubt he's spending much of his weekends and constituency Fridays campaigning for the Labour candidate for mayor of the Liverpool City region, and we've also got elections in Manchester and the West Midlands as well. This is not something that was created by the previous Labour government. This is something that has been created by this government, recognising the need for decisions to be made at local levels and real powers being devolved at that level. And I'm surprised he was so unwilling to credit what this government has done on that particular front. He also made the accusation that I hadn't touched on the issue of productivity in my remarks. I think he made comments about the Chancellor not discussing the issue of productivity generally, whereas, in fact, the Chancellor makes very regular comments in respect of the need to improve our productivity. In my remarks a little while ago, Madam Deputy Speaker, I drew attention to the measures that we were taking on schools, on skills and on technology and innovation, which, as I said a few minutes ago, are at the heart of our efforts to finally address the country's long-standing productivity challenges. And it's very difficult to see how the policies of the Labour Party that would drive away business investment, that would discourage enterprise and innovation, would do anything other than weaken our productivity. So if he wishes to fight the next few weeks on the subject of productivity, I, for one, would welcome that. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the budget we set out earlier this year, we continue to prepare this country for long-term prosperity, first and foremost by putting our economic stability first, by continuing to improve the state of our public finances, but we also set out meaningful investment in our future productivity and our current public services. This is a plan, therefore, that strikes the right balance between reducing our deficit, preserving fiscal flexibility and investing in Britain's future. Those are the foundations of a stronger, fairer, better Britain. And those are the foundations of a strong and stable platform for the upcoming exit negotiations. This is therefore the basis of the convergence programme we present to the European Union. And on that basis, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to commend the motion to the House, which I beg to move.
Yes. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no.
No. No.
Aye. Division. Clear the lobby. So the question is, as on the order papers, many as are that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no.
No.
Tell us for the ayes, Chris Heaton, Harris and Chris Pincher. Tell us for the noes, Thangham Debonair and Jeff Smith. Thank you. Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 298. The noes to the left, 191.
Strong, very strong.
Thank you. The ayes to the right were 298, the noes to the left were 191. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. Thank you.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question... point of order, Alison Thewlis.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, on a point of order, you may remember that I have previously raised the issue about having time to debate the Government's rate clause and two-child policy in this House. The last time that I raised this, the usual channels came back to me and assured me that there would be time made in a DL committee for the rate clause to be debated. The final list of DL committees has appeared in the Whip's office, and as far as I know, there will now not be time with the proposed election for the rate clause to be debated anywhere in this House. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are no third-party referrers in Scotland because the NHS, the women's organisations are refusing to cooperate with it because they think the guidance is not sound. Madam Deputy Speaker, is there any recourse now for me to raise this with the Government ahead of the election so that these very important issues do get debated? Thank you.
I think the Honourable Lady has very successfully done so herself, as she sees that on the Treasury benches there is the Leader of the House who will, I'm sure, take up the matter with the Honourable Lady. So I thank her for the point of order and I thank her for notice of it. Thank you.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's always a privilege to speak in this House on any issue, whatever it may be. On this occasion, it's something I've wanted to do for some time. It's a case of the 4 UDR men who were murdered outside at Ballydugan outside Downpatrick. 4 men jump into a vehicle and head to the next part of their job. They have worked together for some time. The crack is great, and as they journey through the beautiful countryside on an idyllic morning, just like any number of us on any day, perhaps like today as well, leaving behind wives and children and loved ones, they would like to do their job and earn their pay, just like any one of us would do on any day. And there the similarity ends, because here the atrocity unfolds. And this is a very, very important issue. I'm sure the members in the House will give some adherence to the importance of this issue, Madam Deputy Speaker. I declare an interest as a member of the Ulster Defence Regiment. I served in it for 3 years, as indeed some of my colleagues on this side of the House did as well. We have other gallant members in this House who have served in other regiments, and we're very, very pleased that they have been an effort to come to the Chamber as well. On the morning of the 9th of April 1990, Private John Birch, Lance Corporal John Bradley, Lance Corporal Michael Adams and Private Stephen Smart, all members of the Ulster Defence Regiment, were murdered by Pira in an attack on their mobile patrol on Ballyduggan Road in Downpatrick. The 4 young soldiers, all in their 20s, were travelling as part of a 2 Land Rover patrol en route from Ballykinner to Downpatrick, where a £1,000 bomb, and I'm going to repeat that, a £1,000 bomb, if you can imagine the magnitude of that, placed in a culvert beneath the road, was detonated by a command wire. The explosion was so powerful that it lifted the soldiers' Land Rover 30 foot in the air and hurled it 30 yards into a field, killing them instantly and leaving a crater 50 feet long, 40 feet wide and 15 feet deep. Those are the facts of what happened on that fateful morning. These are the faces of those whose lives were destroyed and whose family lives were torn apart, never to be the same. The men in service of Queen and Country, much like the officer on duty just last month in this place, were simply doing their job and nothing else. No links to anything other than their desire to wear a uniform and their bravery to serve the community in Northern Ireland, which we salute. I remember 3 of these men very well. Lance Corporal John Bradley, 25, of Craig in Belfast, married with a 2-year-old son and a 3-month-old daughter. He had recently been promoted, having served 4 years with the Ulster Defence Regiment. He served with the Royal Highland Fusiliers and came from Port Glasgow in Renfrewshire. Private John Birch, 28, married with a 4-year-old son. He joined the regiment in February the previous year and came from Ballywalter, where I was raised. I can remember John Birch being born. That's a fact of the matter. His wife was expecting again. Private Stephen Smart, 23, from Newton Ards, the main town of my Stratford constituency, served 18 months in the regiment, and his mother's dead, but his father's still living.
The honourable member give way.
Yeah.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the honourable member for Strangford for giving way and for bringing this adjournment debate forward. I had the honour of serving in the 3rd County Down Battalion of the Ulster Defence Regiment, the same battalion as these 4 brave soldiers. And will the honourable member agree with me that tragic as their deaths are, and their sacrifice and the sacrifice of that regiment was immense, that their legacy today is the fact that our children and grandchildren can walk the streets of Northern Ireland not having to look over their shoulder. And this is because of the bravery of the men and women who served in the Ulster Defence Regiment, the Royal Ulster Constabulary and the other fine regiments that came to Northern Ireland, men and women who put their lives on the line.
I thank my honourable friend, the right honourable friend, for his intervention. He's absolutely right. Those who served in uniform in that regiment and other regiments in Northern Ireland deserve every recognition for what they've done. His father Samuel still lives in Newton Ards, and his sister lives in Donegal. Private Michael Adams, 23, also from Newton Ards, who served with the UDR for 7 months, having formerly served with the Royal Artillery. I served with him in the Royal Artillery, for I served in for 11.5 years with the TA. I can well remember the camp. At the Gilligan camp, we were both on guard duty. It used to be, Madam Deputy Speaker, you got guard duty and you'd done something wrong. I'm not sure if on that particular day whether Michael and I did something wrong, but we were on guard duty. And we had the radio in the Sanger, and we were listening to some of those tunes. And one of the tunes was Stand By Me. It was a 60s song. And so tonight, I suppose, we're taking the opportunity in this chamber, all of us who are here, to do the very same thing and to stand by them. These are men that I knew well. These are men whose faces I recall right now. These are men that I honour and respect today. These are men whose families I see. I saw one of their mothers just the week before last, and her grief is still evident. These are men who deserve justice. These are men who were brutally murdered by cowardly scum who are not fit to lace their boots. Quite happy to give way.
Could I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way and say that I well remember that morning of the 9th of April 1990. At that stage, it was 7:30 in the morning. I worked for my predecessor at that stage, the late Eddie McGrady, and we got a phone call to the office from the BBC to say what had happened. Our shock and our revulsion and our opposition was made quite clear on that particular day and following that. And I would like to ask the honourable gentleman, is he aware that some 2.5 weeks later, on a Sunday afternoon, that there was a peace demonstration in Downpatrick from the car park in Lower Market Street out to the scene of that terrible atrocity? Because that was done to clearly illustrate that this was not done in our name, and our total opposition and revulsion to all forms of violence, all forms of death and destruction via terrorism.
I thank the Honourable Lee for intervention. Yes, I was aware of that there, and I think it also indicates the revulsion that there was within the whole of the community in Downpatrick and further afield in relation to it. Give way to the
I thank the honourable member for giving way, and he mentioned the mother of one of the victims and mentioned children as well. And sometimes we're inclined to forget about the families that are left after all of those years that this has happened, and I'm sure he'd agree with me that we must keep them to the fore as well.
I thank my honourable friend and colleague for that intervention as well. And yes, he's right. This debate tonight is an opportunity to recall the bravery of those young men, but also to ask, as the Minister's here to respond to, and I've spoken to him beforehand, to ask for some action in relation to it as well. And we'll do that at the end of this, because it's important that we do so. The disgusting actions of what is estimated to be the 16-man and woman team who planned, coordinated, carried out and helped to cover are remembered by all right-thinking people in the province. When I became emotional a few weeks ago, but also in this debate today, it's because we all recall the pain, the suffering of the loss of a loved one, of friends and colleagues, and who still carry that pain today. And there's members of other people in this chamber who also carry pain today. And I think of the gallant friend across the way and the gallant minister as well, who have served in uniform in Northern Ireland. We thank them for that.
Give way.
Yes,
thank honourable friend, gallant friend, for giving way. Does he accept that the victims who are left behind, the mums, the dads, the brothers, the sisters, the children, the loved ones, the sweethearts, that their lives are actually defined by these events? Because their lives are defined by what happened to my life after I lost my loved one. And it's only in the definition of their victimhood that we will actually be able to heal in some way and cure in some way that pain when justice is actually achieved for those people. And hopefully, through his debate, we can actually open up a way of finding justice and healing for the people who have been left behind.
I thank my honourable friend and colleague for his very thoughtful intervention and for those very, very kind words. Too many people in the province, I have been touched by the actions of men like the leader of the South Down Provision IRA, who is responsible for the murder of the 4 young UDR men at Ballydugan. That vile, evil, despicable excuse for a human being was a man called Colin Marks. He was IRA commander for South Down when he was shot. It's no coincidence that when he was shot, that the activity of the IRA in South Down stopped immediately. Of an indication, I would say, of a person who was pulling the strings, but also dictating and taking part in action which was completely unacceptable.
Will the honourable member give way?
Yes.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the honourable member for giving way again, and he comes to an important point that I think really needs to be emphasised. We have come to, I think, a sorry place when it is the men and women who put on uniforms and who defended and protected the community. And in the case of Colin Marks, who shot someone who was a commander in the IRA and saved countless lives as a result of that, that today they're the people waiting on the knock at the door. They're the people who are wondering if someone's going to come looking for them, to bring them, haul them before a court, to make them answer for what they did, which was within the law and which was about protecting and defending the community. And we want to see the government do more to protect the integrity of the men and women who served in Northern Ireland in Operation Banner and in other theatres of conflict. They deserve that support.
I thank my right honourable member for that as well. And that's part of what we're about today. That's what part of this debate's about. This debate's also about seeking justice. It's to have justice for those who served in uniform, as the right honourable member referred to, and the importance of that. He headed up the gang, carried out the atrocity, lying in wait with his detonator in a forest just across from Ballydugan. Whenever he had pushed the button and killed 4 brave, courageous young men, he got on his motorbike in his blue boiler suit up the railway embankment into Downpatrick, burnt the motorbike that he had, disposed of his blue boiler suit, was picked up by another person, because there was 16 people who were involved in this. There was a person out the road who told the people at Ballydugan that the Land Rover patrol was on its way. There's another person down the road that confirmed that. There's a person who left a £1,000 bomb. The next time you left a £2 packet of sugar, or whatever it may be, multiply that to £1,000 and you've got the magnitude of that bomb that was left at Ballydugan. How long did it take them to put that bomb in that culvert at Ballydugan? They were seen doing it, by the way, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the question I asked, and the Minister knows this because I've spoken to him beforehand, just why was that evidence, visual evidence that there was, not acted upon on the way that it should have been, to warn that UDR patrol and other patrols in the area of what was about. There was a person when he was picked up at the shopping centre, which the Honourable Lady for South Down will know the area better than I do, and taken to a safe house where he showered and changed his clothes, and the clothes were destroyed, and then he was moved to another house. 16 people were involved in the murders of those 4 UDR men. Colin Marks is the man who pushed the button and blew the 4 UDR men to smithereens. He was also the IRA commander who was involved in the murder of John Moreland. And the Honourable Lady for South Down will remember this one as well. It's a coal merchant who was selling coal in the Flying Horse estate in Downpatrick. And as he did his last delivery, he was attacked by 2 men and was shot dead. So this man has his hands red with blood. Let's be honest, this man wasn't a freedom fighter. He was a low-life, mentally deficient psychopath with no human decency whatsoever. Rotten to the core, contemptible, detestable, loathsome, a man with no good in him whatsoever, a man that should never have been born. Madam Deputy Speaker, is the sort of man that he was.
Would the member give way? The member is defining the person in a very particular way, and I agree totally with his definition. But does he also salute the gallantry of the people who stood up to that beast and recognise we won? Because the war that they claimed to be fighting for and the freedom which they claimed to achieve, well, today we're administering British rule in Northern Ireland. There's no all-Irish state republic. The Brits, us, we're still there and we're not going anywhere else. And so their death has at least sealed the fact that it has been a victorious and gallant death.
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention and for very wise words as well. There are not enough adjectives to describe this loathsome person, Colin Marks, officer commanding the IRA in South Down, and all of the others involved in this and other murders during the Troubles. 9 people were arrested in the cases. I've read the historical inquiry report in this. 9 people were arrested. 1 was charged with a minor charge and did a certain amount of time. But the person who killed the 4 UDR men, he was free. At least he was, until one fateful day for him in Downpatrick, as he was setting up a horizontal bomb to attack and kill even more people in Downpatrick. He was caught in the act. And was shot in the act of trying to kill other UDR men and other police officers. So justice was done in that he came to the end of his reign. It's a pity it hadn't happened a wee bit earlier. It's a pity that it hadn't happened before the 4 UDR men were murdered and all the other actions that he was involved in. This is the legacy that's been left by Colin Marks, whereas the legacy left by Lance Corporal John Bradley, Private John Birch, Lance Corporal Michael Adams and Private Stephen Smart is one of honour, of sacrifice, of dignity, of strength and of great love for not only for their families but also for their country and its people. That's right. This is the legacy that I stand and my colleagues in this chamber, on both sides of this chamber, stand to protect and reiterate today. Let me be rightly understood, and I want to reiterate the point that my right honourable friend referred to. Colin Marks and the rest of us abhorrent, repugnant ragtag bunch deserve nothing other than the label of what they were: odious, filthy scum. During my time in art, quite happy to give way, yes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I speak for some of us that were in Northern Ireland, in the army, the regular army, and I include the Minister. We, that's those of us that served in the regular army, had incredible respect, affection. We salute the gallantry of every single member of the Royal Ulster Constabulary, the Ulster Defence Regiment and the Royal Ulster Constabulary, and anyone that served the Crown in Northern Ireland who was a target of terrorism. We salute them particularly because you lived, worked with your family around you. Those people had the huge threat of doing their duty, as the Minister and I did not, with our family around us. And to actually do that, we had huge respect for those that did that. And by that, in that way, I also include politicians of Northern Ireland who also were under huge threat. And I'm sorry if my intervention was long, but I wanted to make that point for from those of us that were not normally living in Northern Ireland.
I thank the honourable and gallant member for his contribution. I always look forward to his contribution in this House because they're always wise words of a person who has served and has done much for us in this chamber, but for those further afield. His knowledge and command of so I know why his soldiers followed him, because of the leadership that he gives, and we appreciate that very much and thank him for that. During my time in Eddisbury Council, I watched the families of these 4 brave soldiers murdered in their prime being re-traumatised by repeated destruction of the memorial raised to honour their loved ones at Ballydugan and Downpaddock. They weren't sufficient with killing the 4 brave UDR men. Those evil people who were left, they took a sledgehammer down and smashed the memorial that there was outside Ballydugan. Now, I was able, as a councillor as I was in a previous life in Eddisbury Council, to see the erection of a memorial in Newton Ards for those 4 young men. 3 of them came from the Eddisbury Council area, and Lance Corporal Bradley came from Dundaln, just outside of it. And the memorial in Ards that would not be smashed with sledgehammers and desecrated as the one in Downpaddock had been treated by those with no respect or common decency.
The honourable member give way.
Yeah.
Madam Deputy Speaker, yet again I thank the honourable member for giving way, but he has come to an important point. And we hear a lot from those who are elected to this House but don't take their seats about respect.
Yeah,
that word, respect. Yeah. And we would like to see a bit more respect given by Sinn Féin to the men and women who serve our country. And we would like to see the Armed Forces Covenant fully implemented in Northern Ireland to ensure that the families and veterans who've served this country and sacrificed so much are given the support that they deserve. So let's see Sinn Féin step up to the mark and show respect for a change.
Thank the honourable gentleman for that intervention. Yes, respect is something that is earned. It's on both sides, and it's very much lacking from the side of Sinn Féin in relation to the military covenant and in relation to what we're hoping to achieve today. Quite happy to give way.
Could I thank the honourable gentleman for very kindly giving way again? And I say this ever so gently. Would he agree with me, and would his colleagues agree with me, that therefore there is a need now to have a resolution to the political talks process, and one of those issues being to do with legacy? And I know we come from perhaps different perspectives, but we all understand that many people lost their lives in very difficult, tragic circumstances. Would he agree with me that there now needs to be a resolution of those outstanding issues to allow those political institutions to be up and running in Northern Ireland to provide for the people, rather than seeing a stripping and a dilution of public services.
I thank the Honourable Lady again for her intervention. Yes, I do agree with that. I think it's important that we're committed to the talks process and committed to the way forward. We just wish that all those participants in it, especially Sinn Féin, were of the same mind. But there is a need for understanding and respect of other people's traditions, and that's something that we're committed to as a party. We wish very much and hope that the Sinn Féin would do the same. At that time, I wanted to do all I could help the families to realise that their loss would never be forgotten or taken for granted. And that's the reason for this debate, and everyone who has intervened has said that very well. Stephen Smart's dad, Samuel, came to my office there just last year and left me with a large thing wrapped up in a bit of newspaper. It turned out to be a blackthorn stick, which he presented to me. They wanted to give it to me many years ago, but I always refused and said, no, Samuel, I'm not here to get anything. That's not the reason. He says, well, Jim, he says, I'm not leaving here with it. It's for you. And I said, no, son, it's very important and it looks really well. The motif of the Ulster Defence Regiment on the knuckle at the head of it. And he says, I've got two. He says, one for me and one for you. So I have that. That sounds pride of place in my office. So the reason for this debate again is to say that I can only imagine the pain of 27 years, children growing up without fathers, mothers without their sons, fathers without their son as well, wives without their husbands. I can only imagine how every glorification of terrorism that you've sat through has twisted the knife in your stomach, and it has, and this debate will be watched in Northern Ireland as well. I can only imagine. Yeah, I'm quite happy to.
Thank you very much. And would the member agree with me? Excellent speech he's making, and some very good points that we really also need to concentrate on the mental health and how we actually look after all these families and everybody else and find a solution that we all can agree on as soon as possible.
I thank the honourable friend for that, and he very clearly outlines part of the issue, because I think the member for North Antrim referred to it earlier on, but there's a traumatisation that takes place amongst the families who are left, amongst those who have survived, for those who have served, and there are many in this chamber, I believe, who have served as well, and it's always good to see them here. Now, I can only imagine how every glorification of terrorism did just that, twisted the knife in your stomach. I can only imagine how watching the murder of your child, father or spouse walk free from the sentence to carry out more crime has felt like coals being heaped on your head as you mourned. I can only imagine as you cried for your loss, as you asked for justice and being ignored, whilst watching those who came to the table with bloody hands, having investigations and apologies handed out, what seems to be left, right and centre, which my honourable friend has referred to on a couple of occasions in interventions. I can only imagine what that means, and so today I do, and we all do what we can in this House to highlight that issue and make the point. Today I stand in this chamber with my colleagues and friends on both sides of this chamber, and we declare again that we refuse to allow the rewriting of history to be made, the ugly to be twisted as beautiful, for evil seemed to be good, and for the unjustifiable to be thought of as any way justified. We call upon not simply the British Government and the Minister who we look to, who is very sympathetic and understanding of this issue.
Thank the member for giving way, and I thank him also for bringing this debate here today. Could I just say to him that we hear a lot from Sinn Féin calling for disclosure of government documents. I think it's about time that there was some disclosure from those Sinn Féin members who are in the IRA and the IRA themselves, to hear why the Ballydugan 4 were targeted, to hear why other atrocities were targeted, and I think there is an openness there that we are missing.
I thank the honourable friend from Manchester to roll to that, and gallant member as well, because he also served in the Ulster Defence Regiment that many of us in this chamber served in, and wore the uniform of Queen and Country as well, and we thank him for that. Yeah, there is something that we need Sinn Féin to step up. To recognise that there's an understanding of what we have suffered and what pain we have had over the years in our community, and I need to address that.
I remember give way just on that point. I'm sure he will join with me that whilst we talk about the pain and the disgust and disclosure and all the rest of it, whenever it was disclosed that certain members received letters of comfort and victims were still suffering, I'm sure he will know that this party and also the people of Northern Ireland were totally disgusted with us.
The honourable colleague and friend is right. It does rankle us all, and we can remember it very well in relation to it, and those are issues to be addressed. There are some out there who we need the British government people to help us set the record straight, as the honourable friend has referred to, stem the current tide of political machinations which seek to turn history around amidst cause of collusion and skullduggery, which seek to distract from the facts which I have described in this case: a 16-man and woman team planting a bomb intended to wreak as much death and destruction as possible, the death of 4 men in their 20s, and the injury of 4 other UDR men and 2 passer-by civilians who happened to be in a car at that time. This was their goal. They wanted more blood, more agony, more heartache. They carried out more until they were halted, and the way of halting them was whenever Colin Marks, mass murderer, multiple monster that he is and that he was dispatched and down Paddock as he carried out that attempt to kill even more police officers. This was not a holy war. This was cowardice. This was not freedom fighting. This was a wretched hatred at work. This is not a noble cause. This is like noble, unprincipled butchery. And as time has moved on, we reiterate the call from this side of the chamber, from those of us who are here and across the chamber as well. Justice for these men, for the 4 UDR men. How frustrating it is, Madam Deputy Speaker, to hear these calls for justice for everyone else. I want justice. This party wants justice. The members in this chamber want justice to ensure that those brave UDR men and those who wore the uniform, whether it be the police or the army, get justice as well.
Would he accept that justice will never be done if Sinn Féin and the IRA are allowed through the legacy process to rewrite history, to present themselves as freedom fighters who had some just cause, rather than terrorists who were simply out to try and subvert the wishes of the people of Northern Ireland to remain part of the United Kingdom?
That's right. I thank honourable friend for East Hampton for that as well. Absolutely. They try to equate the two together. Let's be quite clear. Those in uniform were serving their Queen and country to keep law and order. Those who wore balaclavas and skulked at night and pushed buttons and bombs and blew people to death, they're the murderers and the terrorists, and they're the people who have to be accountable for everything that they have done. It's absolutely right. No comparison or equation can there ever be. We seek justice for everyone in relation to a justice that will not simply be in the incarceration of every person involved in the bombing, but from the bomb makers to the clothes washers, all 16 of them, every one of them who did a task in relation to those people. But justice must also come through an end to historical fiction, which being accepted as fact and happy to give way.
Does the member agree with me that the evening that Marks was dispatched, as he so colourfully puts it, that the team that was involved in that they should be given medals for the service that they did to our country in taking out one of Ulster's worst terrorist criminals?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I couldn't have put it better myself. And I'll tell you the truth, that's exactly how I feel about it. And I think the honourable member for Northampton is right. The day that evil, obnoxious, psychopathic, multiple killer was put in the grave was a day that Ulster was a better place. And I say that without any compulsion whatsoever or any sympathy for that person in relation to what happened. It would have been better the day that he never was born than the day that he came into this world and caused havoc and murder and mayhem and injury right across the whole of the province. I seek justice, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the 4 UDR men murdered at Ballytuggan on the 9th of April 1990. The facts are that 27 years ago, on Holy Week, the most unholy act of villainous slaughter was carried out by men and women, some of whom are walking around today, instead of paying for their crimes. And sincerely ask every person who is listening in this chamber, in the gallery, or in the channels back home, to stop the re-traumatisation of victims of the Trouble by accepting these rewrites, and let the legacy be of noble, honourable, upright, decent men who deserve the respect of being honourably remembered by the people who they so sacrificially served. And those are Lance Corporal John Bradley, Private John Birch, Lance Corporal Michael Adams and Private Stephen Smart. I think the thing for us in this chamber tonight, and I look to the Minister for it, we ask for justice for those 4 young brave men and for their families who have lived every day the traumatisation and the memories of losing their loved ones. I think we in this House, all of us in this House, we remember their bravery, their courage and their sacrifice. Thank you.
Chris Hopkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I first of all just start by congratulating the honourable gentleman for securing this important debate this evening. The member for Strangford, I know, is, as has been mentioned, a former member of the UDR, and as the member of Lagan Valley and member for Fermanagh, and many people have stepped up to be leaders in Northern Ireland, served gallantly in very, very troubled times, both in regular service, the UDR and the IUC. And I just want to pay my respects to that organisation. I think the member for Beckenham put it absolutely right. We've a huge respect for those people who, we in the regular army went home. Went back to, in my case, Yorkshire, and he's from somewhere down south, I think, Cheshire. But the point is, we went back to our homes, into a safe place. Whereas I know lots of you and lots of people who served in the UDR and the IUC, went back with that fear still every moment of the day. I'd also like to express my condolences and sympathies to the family and friends of the young soldiers who, on the 9th of April 1990, tragically lost their lives in this horrendous terrorist atrocity. It is evident that for many people, the legacy of Northern Ireland's past continues to cast a very dark shadow over the present. And I am very conscious that in approaching this issue, we recognise the terrible loss suffered by so many people during the Troubles in Northern Ireland and in other parts of the United Kingdom. Over the period of the Troubles, broadly speaking from 1968 to 1998, around 3,500 people were killed, mostly, but not all means, in Northern Ireland. Many of these were members of the armed forces killed in the line of duty, protecting the public and maintaining the rule of law. Thousands were also maimed and injured during these terrorist campaigns. This government has always been clear that and at this point was made by several members, but this government has always been clear that we wholly reject any suggestion of some equivalence between the security forces and those that carried out these terrorist atrocities. Terrorism was and is wholly wrong. It was never and could never be justified from whichever side it came, Republican or Loyalist. No injustice, perceived or otherwise, warranted the violent actions of the paramilitary groups. The terrorist campaigns caused untold misery and suffering and left lasting scars, physical and psychological, in the wake of every atrocity they carried out. And members now left the chamber, but I know the issue of mental health is a big issue, and actually supporting veterans. I know there's some work actually to look at what scope we've got to offer and how we best make sure that we get our veterans access to those services. And I hope the other side of a general election we can make sure that everybody knows who cares about those people, those veterans, that we make sure we've got good access and are able to channel people to get the support that they deserve and need. As someone who served in Northern Ireland, as a proud member of Her Majesty's Armed Forces in the British Army, I witnessed at first hand the remarkable dedication and professionalism and the courage our armed forces and officers of the Ulster Unionist Constabulary, the Royal Ulster Constabulary, performed during my time. Over 1,000 members of the security forces lost their lives over the period of Operation Banner, the longest continuous military deployment in this country's history. And the issue of awards and medals was mentioned earlier on, around 7,000 awards for bravery were made, and quite simply, without the dedication and the self-sacrifice of the security forces to keep the people of Northern Ireland safe, and the circumstances that enabled the peace process to take root, take hold, would never have happened without the gallant work of these people. As I've already alluded, dealing with Northern Ireland's past is complex and difficult, and there are many victims and survivors who are still today suffering on the basis of the results of the Troubles and the way they impacted those individuals. It's clear that the legacy institutions, as they are currently set up, are not working for everyone, and we have a duty to victims and to survivors to have a comprehensive approach that provides a way forward for all of them. That's why the government continues to believe that the Stormont House Agreement institutions remain the best way forward for dealing with Northern Ireland's past. I believe that these proposals will make the situation better for victims and survivors, and is our best chance of prosecuting terrorists for murdering soldiers and police officers along with other victims. I believe the Historical Investigation Unit, a body proposed under the Stormont House Agreement, has a number of important advantages over the system currently in place in Northern Ireland. It will investigate the deaths in chronological order, taking each case in turn. The HIU will include in its investigations the many hundreds of murders caused by terrorists, including the murder of soldiers. This will include the murders of the 18 soldiers at Warren Point in 1979, the largest loss of life in the army in any single incident in the Troubles. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's estimated that without reform, the current mechanisms, around 185 murders of soldiers will not be reinvestigated, not to mention the many murders of IUC officers. There will also be a statutory duty for the HIU to act in a manner that is balanced, proportionate, transparent, fair and equitable. The HIU will be time limited, with an objective to bring an end to all these investigations into the past in 5 years. Just before I come to the conclusion, on the issue of the gentleman that the member for Strangford raises, it would be inappropriate for me to comment on that particular case. But what I would say is there is provision under the proposals that where there's new evidence, we can go in pursuit, or the right institutions go in pursuit of those, and get to the bottom and pursue the people that are responsible for it. And what I would say to the right honourable gentleman, my right honourable friend, that where you've got evidence, bring that forward. And I would use all my offices to make sure that that evidence can be placed into the right hands to be dealt with appropriately. By all means.
Would he accept, however, that despite all of the words that he has said, that new evidence or new ways of interpreting evidence is now being used as a means to carry out what many regard as a witch hunt against members of the security forces who took out people like Karl Marx? And that's where the anger and the injustice appears to be coming through in Northern Ireland, and which is re-traumatising many of those who served and served gallantly in Northern Ireland and now see themselves being used as some pawn in a politically expedient game to try and buy off Sinn Féin to get them back into government.
Well, thank you for the intervention. I mean, first of all, I just want to give you my reassurance that I think the route that I've just suggested will address that and give people confidence. It is important, and I say this as a former soldier myself, that I played by the rules. Many people played by the rules. Occasionally there was individuals that made mistakes and they need to be accountable for it. And because we were part of the establishment, we had rules of engagement. We believe in the Geneva Convention, where there are a whole set of rules there. That's the difference between our two. But I think I looked at and saw the Veterans March that was on a few weeks ago, and it was also a unionist, actually. I'm sure many of you will know Doug Beattie was talking at that as a guest speaker, and I thought it was so many good points he put in there, but I think one of the key points he made was the fact that if you break the law, then you should face the law. There was a man who was campaigning for veterans, but he still recognises, and I recognise as well, that if there are individuals who have broken the law, they need to be accountable for, regardless of whichever side they are, by all means.
I must say, gently to the Minister, I agree totally with that point, but that's not the point that my right honourable colleague from East Antrim made. In this particular case, the officer who dispatched Marks has now been through 3 individual inquests. I know the chap personally, he was a friend of mine growing up. He has gone through an ombudsman's inquest, and now hanging over him is a second ombudsman's inquest on the basis of the most dodgy and fragile fake evidence that has been produced. And that will be dispatched off very, very quickly, but it's not the point. He will be dragged through that whole process again. His wife and his family will be traumatised by it, and that's why I said he and his team should have been given a medal that night. That should be the honour that our state should be giving to these people, not dragging them through the process of constantly going over what they did.
Well, I understand the passion in which the Right Honourable General talks, and I just think it's important that there is balance and it is proportionate in our response and the State's response to this. By all means.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for giving way. I know he totally understands and is with this, but there is a real worry, as my honourable friends on the other side of the House, who are really my friends, have said. It's the proportionality of investigations that worry us. And it's also the fact that many people that carried out crimes seem to have had their crimes wiped clean, blown away, and yet soldiers, policemen and others who carried out their duties using the yellow card rules and under the law seem to have the fear that there will be a knock on their door to drag them before a court as long ago as 40 years when they were involved. And this is the worry that we have, and we totally understand. And I know the Minister understands this because we've discussed it outside this House. But this is the worry of the people sitting in this chamber at the moment, that our men and our women who did everything right can't sleep as well as others who did everything wrong.
Well, can I thank my gallant friend for his intervention, and I think he's right in the fact that it is about being proportionate. And I know he would, as a man of justice and wants to see things right, would know that if somebody does something wrong, they need to be accountable for it. But what's important in this process, under the Stormont Agreement, House Agreement, is that we bring a model forward. And for those victims and those survivors, that we have a system which is right. And I do appreciate the support which has come from those benches around this issue to get this to some conclusion. And of course, part of that is got to be that we need a working mechanism of government in Northern Ireland as well, where a devolved institution can work effectively to bring justice and bring some peace to these individuals. I want to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've outlined the reasons why the Secretary of State recently announced his intention to move to a public phase around the legacy bodies, and why he and I have engaged intensively with political parties and victims groups to find a way forward on these outstanding issues. I believe this approach has the potential to build greater confidence in the new bodies and resolve the remaining issues. It is clear that the status quo is not working well enough for victims and families, and it is time progress is made. This will make sure our veterans are not unfairly treated or disproportionately investigated, and will reflect the fact that 90% of the deaths in the Troubles were caused by terrorists, resulting in so much pain and suffering. This government remains unstinted in its admiration for our role of our armed forces played in ensuring that Northern Ireland's future would be ever decided by democracy and consent, and we salute the brave soldiers and police officers who sacrifice so much to protect us. I've responded to several debates of this
of this nature, and I know it's very difficult for the people who put the debate forward, the people who intervene, but I also think it's important to just, we talked about the horrors that happened on that day and the horrors that afterwards, and other honourable members have talked about being respectful to each other and working together in a different place that is not the 9th of April 1990, but is today. And last week I actually went to Downpatrick to visit. And what I can say is that the vision we've had of that terrible moment, thankfully, is not the place it is today. And Down High School was an amazing place, full of young people. Just bear with me 2 seconds. And to go and visit the voluntary groups and visit the enterprise that's going on there was tremendous.
Could I thank the Minister for giving way? As somebody who was born, reared and educated in Downpatrick, I can quite clearly say to the Minister that it was one of the first councils back in 1973 that introduced and participated in a power-sharing arrangement at local government level, which became the pioneer arrangement for the rest of Northern Ireland. So, would the Minister agree with me, having talked to those pupils in Down High, having met the staff and the people who participate in the projects at the Ballymote Centre, located in the Flying Horse Estate, that is very much the view that I and others want to see portrayed of Downpatrick as an integrated place for a shared society?
Well, I don't want to get away from the debate, but I think it is important just to reiterate, and the Honourable Lady is very right in the fact there are people across the community there have come together and are living in a peaceful, cohesive place. There are always tensions and pressures around, but actually it was a completely different place. During my visit, I also, and I just wanted to finish on this point, that I went to Downpatrick Police Station because at 2 o'clock PC Keith Palmer was being buried, the funeral service was here, and we were over there, and we had 2 minutes silence for him at the memorial inside the police station, of which, of course, there are many, many people listed who lost their lives. So we shouldn't remember. So we should remember the people who are lost, but we should also make sure that Downpatrick is a beautiful place full of some amazing people, and that's today's future that we should project, as well as we remember the people that have been lost. Thank you.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Order, order.
The proceeding has ended. 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 The proceeding has ended.